I'm going to call to order the select board retreat at 12:36 p.m. John, was the meeting properly warned?
Yes, Oscar, it was.
Thank you. I'm going to move straight to regular business. Item A is committee appointments. And I will have to pull that up, but if someone would care to make a motion, we have 4 applicants, please.
Just try to do it as a slate, or do we have to choose?
We can do it as a slate.
All right.
Do you have it up?
No, I'm just still trying to dig it out of my...
Do I need to say their names?
Yes, but I know. Oh, great. Everyone's here. That's okay. We decided to start with the committee appointments because it's less
Yeah,
exciting.
thank you guys. Hi. Hi there.
Welcome, everyone.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
All right. Well, we convened 60 seconds ago. We're getting into committee appointments, regular business A, and I'm looking for a motion from somebody.
I'm happy to make one as soon as I get their names.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
I'm trying to erase.
And I recommend everyone point their name tags at the camera so people can see us on screen.
Thanks, Oscar.
Thank you, Peter. That's perfect.
That's what I'm here for.
All right.
Yes,
I
Isaac.
make a motion. Looks like we're looking at 5 people have been applied. So I move that the select board appoint the following people to the following commissions, committees, and positions. Madeline Russell to the Conservation Commission, Zachary Grace to the Energy Committee, Sam Haskins to Honor Roll, Tom Masikowski to as Inspector of Lumber, Shingles, and Wood, and Dina Chadwick to the Planning Commission.
Okay, Isaac has moved to appoint Madeline Russell to the Conservation Commission, Zachary Grace to the Energy Committee, Sam Haskins to the Honor Roll, Tom Mosikowski as Inspector of Lumber, Shingles, and Wood, Dina Chadwick to the Planning Commission. The applications are on backup materials for today. Is there any discussion of Isaac's motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
And that passes 5-0.
Can I ask about the password?
Yeah, it's right here.
Thank you, sorry guys.
Okay, great. So, moving ahead into our actual retreat. Is this the right time to invite Sue up as facilitator? I would like to invite Sue to join us as our facilitator. And I will still be officially chairing the meeting, but I'm turning this over more or less to you. Thanks.
Hopefully that works. Hi, everybody. Hi, Sue. Nice to see you. This is the 3rd annual Select Board retreat. So I want to welcome you all here. Thanks for giving your time. The main purpose of this retreat is to identify your 2026 to 2028 priorities, and the reason that it's those 2 years is because the fiscal year runs through both of those years. To identify key improvements and maybe to work collaboratively together a little bit to come to these decisions. The public participation will be held at the end of the meeting, so that way you can all deliberate together and give some thought. And then typically we take the priorities to a separate select board meeting for the vote. A little bit of logistics. The bathrooms are out in the hallway. There is food that Jessica has picked up to provide for you all in the entryway. You're welcome to bring it in here. They asked if you have coffee, if you could try to keep it covered because this room was newly renovated. We'll try to take breaks, maybe 5 minutes every hour or so, just to stretch legs. Take a break if you need to. We're grateful to SIT for having us up here. It's a lovely space. And then finally, I have some meeting ground rules that I wanted to share. If you could take one and pass it along. These are ground rules that came from Carrie Seacrest that we've been using for the Next Gen Brattleboro groups that are meeting and having conversations. And she does a really nice job, I think, of laying out that, these are ground rules that I hope everybody can engage with, and they kind of mirror the community that we want Brattleboro to be and how we interact with each other. So we're asking that you engage thoughtfully, that we slow down the conversation, we listen to understand, not to debate, we stay open to influence, be willing to shift your thinking, contribute with intention, step up and step back, take risks and share honestly. We hope to build a foundation of trust, practice respect, and assume goodwill, and to focus on what moves us forward. So focusing on interests, not positions. So, does this sound good to everybody? Is there anything that we need to add? Okay. All right, well, let's do that. And John, do you have anything you want to say?
No, just looking forward to the day, and if we can hopefully land on the things that you all can agree on as a board, that would be really helpful for staff.
So the first thing up is to review some of the town plans, policies, and charter duties. I have prepared some slides just with all the kind of plans that we have out there and some of the projects that have been accomplished, and other, maybe we'll talk a little bit about things that still need to be accomplished out of those plans, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the town plan that is going to be coming to you this summer for review and approval. So if you don't mind, I'm just going to jump up here. There's 3 different screens in the room. Okay. So again, I'm going to update you on the progress and implementation of some of our plans and talk to projects that haven't been accomplished yet, because this might play into some of what when you're thinking about priorities. Hazard mitigation plan, we've done quite a bit there. The goal of that plan is to identify and address potential hazards facing the town and outline strategies to reduce impact on people and property. Some of the big projects that we've taken on, obviously there was the Kikita Aki 250 Birch Street floodplain restoration. We finished up that grant last year. We received funding to replace the Detman Drive Bridge, so that's a project that we will be working on this coming year. We also, the scoping study for the lower Whetstone Brook was to look at flood storage along the Whetstone Brook, basically from 250 Birch Street into the downtown. How can we create some flood storage, potentially have a pathway that goes through that? This is a project that was put forward to a federal funding program 2 years ago that was then halted. And now the courts have ruled that it's supposed to move forward again. So this is a project where we could still be in the running for that, but the match money that had been set aside from special projects was used in one of the, I think it was last year's fiscal, in last year's general fund budget. So if this is something we want to move forward with, then we need to talk about that project. And then we're also working on a scoping study on Black Mountain Road. If you've never been on Black Mountain Road, you can leave. Well, you've obviously been on a portion of it because you've come up here, but if you go up Kipling and then, and you go the dirt road way, that's Black Mountain Road. And that, the Crosby Brook is alongside of it, and the Crosby Brook will wash out sections in there. So we're looking at that and how do we, is there a way that we could turn that into a trail and save money on when we have flood events and also upgrade some of the culverts around there, because the mobile home park on Black Mountain Road often gets washed out. So those are some of the key projects that we're working on from the hazard mitigation plan. This plan will be updated in 2027. So we're constantly kind of working with projects from that plan. I think one of the things in 2027, we'll probably want to be dealing with heat emergencies a little bit more. It's touched on in this plan, but we'll probably dive into that some more. So key challenges with this plan is local capacity and funding. These grants typically come from the federal government, and a lot of them, may be going away. And they also require about a 25% match. So having funding locally and the capacity to take them on, because they tend to be large grants and run a long period. Like the Detman Drive will probably be a two-year grant. Black Mountain scoping, because it's not actually doing construction, that'll be a pretty quick project. And I think the other point to know about the hazard mitigation plan is that, in the past when there's been, summer flooding, there's been federal declarations and then funding that flows into the state. Our expectation is there will not be federal funding flowing into the state when there's emergencies and we've had road damage or culvert washouts or anything like that. So it's just something to be thinking about. Not necessarily a source to depend on anymore. The Walk Bike Action Plan identifies a series of bicycle and pedestrian facilities to improve safety and kind of create for sidewalks and bike lanes to kind of hit the main corridors and create connections to key places that people are going, whether it's the high school, the hospital. In the last year, we completed the Canal Street Corridor Plan. We've started working on a sidewalk near the high school, on Fairground Road. And that's what this image is showing. We have a public meeting coming up in May on that one at the high school. We've been able to work with V-Trans and, as they were doing paving projects, upgrade our crosswalks so that they're more high visible paint. We fixed the Western Avenue bike lane experiment, so now they are straight. Drivers are driving straight, bicyclists are going straight. That's been good. And we completed the Western Avenue intersection study, which you'll hear more about at your next regular Selectboard meeting. So key challenges here that there's a lot of things to accomplish. Projects are expensive. There's lack of match funds. There's lack of town budget to complete some of them. The community seems to really be asking for a lot of physical interventions to slow traffic down. And some of those, it's not so easy. Sometimes they need a little engineering and stuff. So again, it's the money. There is federal and state funding for a lot of these projects, but what we've experienced is that when you go for those grants, they take a really long time and they get more expensive because the process, particularly with federal grants and a lot of the state grants, flow through the federal. So for example, a 400 linear foot sidewalk on Fairground Road is probably going to take us 3 years to get through, just because there's review that needs to happen. And so if our own public works had done it, it would have been cheaper, but it's cheaper to go for the federal money and have, the match is cheaper than what the entire project would cost. So, but there's lots of actions, intersections that can still be addressed. Bergen Washington Street is one that comes to mind. There's a bunch of skewed intersections or weird angles like South Main Street and Fairground Road, Cotton Mill Hill in that area. There's some that we hear about. Housing Action Plan is to identify and address and develop strategies to address housing in town. We've done a lot on the regulatory side with our own zoning regulations. We're active in housing conversations that are going on in the region and in the community. We've studied town-owned properties. We'll be bringing that back to the select board. A lot of public education. We've obtained the state designations for incentives and regulatory relief, and there's more that will be coming up in the next year or two that we'll be pursuing. Challenges, a lot of it's out of our control. We don't have a big development community around here, and we're even talking about like small developers. So we don't have the large developers, we don't have small developers, and there's definitely, it's difficult to make a project pencil out for a variety of reasons for developers. So it's an area where, I'll give you a preview of what you'll see in the next town plan, but that might be a role that the town could step into in helping address some of those gaps, whether it's infrastructure or using tools to make a project work for a developer. Downtown design plan, that was done around 2020. So it's a plan to improve existing public spaces and create some new public spaces in the downtown area. We're working on Bridge Street. Next, we hope to plan for the Depot Street, the green space, activating that more as a green space in a park. The library and patio and garden project that's underway was actually in the downtown design plan, so that's great. We continue to work on public art opportunities, and I know the town arts committee is trying to engage people in the public art as well. The trail connector that the West River Trail is working on, the downtown design plan talked about a different segment of trail, but we're going south rather than the connection to the West River. But trail connections was talked about in the plan. And then there were parking improvements that were made to the system over the last 2 years. Key challenges, funding capacity. So this plan talks about maybe converting part of Harmony Lot into like a public square, or working on Preston Lot and having some flood storage and green space there, also with some parking maintained. But these projects are going to require a lot of public outreach, and we're going to have to relook at the parking situation again if we're recommending getting rid of some parking in these areas. And then wayfinding is a project that keeps coming up. We need better wayfinding in downtown and the town. So that's kind of one area that there's some momentum to change that we hear in the economic development conversation. So, and there are grants for these downtown through the Downtown Transportation Fund. So it's just lining things up and having the capacity to do them. The Canal Street Corridor plan is bike ped improvements and stormwater improvements, basically from exit 1 down to Main Street. Again, this is a lot of projects. Initially, when we started this project, we were hopeful for some big federal grant that we could take it on with. That's not working out so well. So there's lots of projects. Some of them overlap with the bike walk master plan, but a lot of the intersections, South Main and Canal Street, Burr Street and Washington and Canal, and then there was something at Fairground. So there's some intersection improvements, and also how do we get bike lanes in? And so, this is kind of ideas. Again, any project that came from here would need design and engineering. There was also a lot of stormwater work done because this is a older area of town, and the stormwater system is undersized, and so there's several stormwater projects identified here, such as the kettle ponds, improving it there, improving stormwater near the intersection of Burr Street. That's an area with some challenges too for stormwater. So kind of the Hospital Hill area. We had hoped when we did this, this was kind of a recurring theme with a lot of our bike ped projects. When the state started talking to us about their paving project, they had given us a certain order, and then everything got shifted around. So some of the improvements that we were hoping that they maybe would undertake at that time weren't able to be done because they flipped the schedule. And then I'm not going to talk about the current town plan because it is expiring, and the Planning Commission has been working on a new town plan for about a year and a half. So I'm just going to give you a little preview of some of the themes from the new town plan that you'll be seeing. And we do have a draft available. It'll be sent out tomorrow with the Planning Commission materials, so you'll be able to find that on the website. So supporting economic vitality, it could be zoning changes to help support businesses better. We have a lot of design guidelines that sometimes seem to be a sticking point. Enhancing our assets such as the waterfront, outdoor recreation, arts and culture. These are things that were identified in our public outreach, but then have been echoed in the next gen work as well. So we want to enable housing production. So this could be infrastructure investments, using public resources to enable projects such as the CHIP funding, which some of you may have heard about, or other tools that we might want to think about to help get projects off the ground, or cross the finish line, I should say, not really get them off the ground. It's just to kind of address the gaps. We heard a lot. So I think the two things that I heard the most about when we were doing public outreach was the roads feel unsafe. It's not easy to walk and bike around. So that's improving the safety for all road users. So that's everything from the maintenance of our roads and sidewalks, traffic calming, supporting rail and bus transit so that it makes it easier for people to get around without having to use a vehicle. The other thing I heard about was arts and culture, and we love being an arts town. We love community events, things like Gallery Walk and First Fridays, things that draw people out that are low cost and feel celebratory. So. And then there's so much more, stormwater, addressing stormwater, looking at the stormwater utility is in the draft town plan, looking at our municipal facilities. Three that come to mind is the municipal center, the DPW shop, and the pool. And then there's some actions around whole lots of areas, but historic preservation as well. Looking at becoming a certified local government, which might take a little extra, might need a new board or committee, and that could open us up to some great possibilities, but also looking at our regulations. So then it also addresses energy and agriculture and natural resources. So that's kind of where we are with the plans and kind of projects that necessarily hasn't been taken on and ones that have. So there are definitely a lot in these plans, and I can answer questions as we go along too.
Thanks, Sue.
It's just water.
Yes. Do we have time for questions?
Yeah.
Thanks so much. This is like so comprehensive. Really appreciate that. For the housing action plan, you mentioned some things that could be done that we could do more to, like, sounds like ease regulatory requirements. And is that once state changes happen that we'd be able to do that?
Yes, so we do intend to, there's the Act 181, which I'm sure you've heard a lot about. One of the parts of Act 181 that hasn't been very controversial is the Tier 1A, which is where in our developed areas, we could seek exemption from Act 250. So it's basically the Land Use Review Board would be looking at our regulations and our policies and our planning, and they would be able to say, yes, projects in this area don't need to go through Act 250 anymore. So that would bring a lot of certainty to developers, would reduce cost. So that is something we want to look at. That would probably be our next.
There's some interim exemptions. It's just getting it permanent helps the developers be confident that if they start a 5-year project, it's going to be exempt. So.
And there's a whole process for that. So we need to adopt our town plan. We'll need to make some land use regulation changes. we really need to wait on the Regional Planning Commission to get their regional plan approved, and that probably won't happen till February of next year. They're going through that process, but, so we're probably looking at least a year out before we would, that would happen.
For the regulatory changes. No, go ahead.
So would you talk about the area where we're waiting for the regional plan for areas that could possibly be infill development in Brattleboro, but are uncertain right now whether they'll be exempt from Act 250
Yeah.
or not?
So there's a couple of areas. It's the when the state created the regulations, they were really looking for Tier 1A in the areas where there was designation, so downtown designation, neighborhood development area designations. The one part of Brattleboro that never fit neatly into a designated area, but what we definitely want infill development is Putney Road. But it didn't meet the other designation requirements, so we've been working with the Wyndham Regional Commission to make sure that Putney Road could be in that Tier 1A, could be eligible for the Act 250 exemption. And then there's some other areas, including this campus, actually. There's parts of state statute that requires that if you have water and sewer servicing an area, that you have to have, allow a certain density of housing. And so we are actually, and the Wyndham Regional Commission is on board, we're trying to argue that in our entire water and sewer service area, we actually should be allowed to be exempt. So that would bring kind of this campus and south of here along Black Mountain Road. That would be part of it. There are parts of Guilford Street and Guilford Street Extension that actually have access to water and sewer. So we are trying to, and Wyndham Regional Commission is on board with making the exemption area as big as possible.
Can I make sure I'm understanding that? So you're saying instead of properties that are actively hooked up to the water and sewer system, it's properties that could be but might not be actively hooked up?
Yeah, so it could be, the legislature's actually working on a definition. Ours was kind of like within 500 feet of a water and sewer line, like when we were looking at it.
Thank you.
In the mapping. So yes, they might not actively be.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so the Winston Prouty campus is an example of one that's very close, but it will need additional infrastructure to get the water pressure to the whole property, so.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions?
I had a question. I'm wondering about we talk about federal grants, state grants, whatever. How does that money flow into our municipal government? Does it, what's the order of, how does it flow? And I mean, I know it's lots of time and requirements, scoping studies, et cetera. I'd love to learn.
Well, the process is we might identify a grant and have a project for it. And then we actually have an internal process to make sure that everybody is okay with it. So working with finance, getting the town manager's sign off, getting a department to sponsor it. So, if it's coming from ours, usually we'll talk about it, figure out, do we have space for the project? Write the grant, get all the approvals, write the grant. If we're successful, a lot of them are reimbursement grants. So, maybe a quarter of the way through, you do a drawdown of the grants, and then it comes in. So, accounts are set up, and is that what you mean?
So,
Yeah, I've always just wondered how it all flows because it's multiple departments doing.
Yep, and so we don't budget for most federal grants, for example. They are add-ons to the budget. So we have a separate grant fund, and the money flows through there, and then it can go and reimburse expenditures that were made in the general fund or another fund. So that's typically how the money flows.
Mm-hmm. And is it just from one grant fund or multiple?
No, there's one grant fund.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and it can range between personnel costs, capital costs.
Yep.
It's
And one thing, the grants have been more and more, they've been open to charging administration and overhead to some of the grant administration. So we've been looking for more and more ways to capture some of our costs, which have been in the past for many years were always absorbed by the general fund. And now we're trying to get those covered as part of the grant itself. So typically on federal grants now, I think it's up to 10% that we can, if we have accountants and other staff that are working on portions of the grant that are eligible, then we can transfer that funding back to the general fund and cover that cost, which is a really good thing that Sue and Kim Frost, our former finance director, and others have identified and have helped us see that as a way to support the town budget.
Right, yeah. So that's in place now. Cool.
Yeah, and the other piece on the grants is that, of course, we come to the board to get your approval to apply for a grant, and that's your opportunity to look at it and say, does this meet our town plan or our hazard mitigation plan or these other, and also to ask the question, are you covering internal costs with the grant itself? Any other concerns that you have, like a match, for example. A lot of times the match has to then come from operational budget or a capital budget. So, and then if the select board approves us to apply for the grant, we submit it, and if we are awarded the grant, we bring that back to the select board so that you can again see, are there requirements, or did you have second thoughts, or do we really want to take this on or not? And that's the second approval step in any grant that we do. So.
And sometimes the commissions, I'm thinking specifically the Conservation Commission, they might identify, it's called the tiny grant. And they might come and say, we want to apply for this tiny grant to do something. Or it might be the Tree Advisory Board. I think they've been pretty successful. And so they need to work with a department. So because planning staff's Conservation Commission, they'll come, we'll talk and figure out how that's going to happen.
Yeah, and similarly a bit to that is we also partner with other external organizations on grants. And so we provide some expertise, some support in some way, and it might meet one of the town goals, but it's another entity that's actually applying for the grant and managing it. So,
Like Vermont Housing Conservation Board and Detman Drive, like the bridge, that was lots of partners? Or?
Well, that one is actually, that's our grant.
Okay.
Because we own that bridge now. I'm trying to think, but what
Flood
other
mitigation?
I'm trying to think of an example of one.
with a Vermont,
Just with the dedication of the bridge, there were a lot of partners that were there. Vermont Housing Conservation Board.
Well, that was the infill project. So that's the housing infill. The town contributed actually to that project, but the initial master plan was our grant, where others were contributing to. I'm just trying to.
I mean, there's things like if the Friends of West River Trail are going for some funding, we oftentimes will support that, either with a letter of support, which I typically don't bring to the select board if it meets our priorities, because usually you hear about it the day before it's needed. And, it's sort of, but then also we might, help with design ideas or concepts, things like that, which takes staff time. But again, we're pretty choosy about when we do that because of our capacity limitations.
What do we know when you were talking much earlier about the Lower Whetstone Brook study and the Black Mountain Road, and you'd said that there was money set aside from the Special Projects Fund for our matching. Do we have any sense of how much?
I think it was 30,000,
Okay.
between 30 and 35,000.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
There was a plan, I think, that was done in 2017 on the lower Whetstone Brook.
Yep.
I was looking at it a little bit and I saw that your name was in there, and I think that might be the only name from the town that's
Right.
still here. It looks like some of this is connected to that.
some of it is, I didn't put that one up specifically. That had a lot of hazard mitigation. So it was about, creating flood storage within the downtown or protecting the structures, particularly along Flat Street, and then thinking about how you could redevelop, like along Frost Street in a more resilient way. The Kikida Key actually looks different than was envisioned in that project just because of our work with Vermont DEC, but that was kind of a signature piece of that, is creating, public open space there, particularly in a dense neighborhood that doesn't have a lot of access to outdoor space. As you move closer to downtown, so there were items like, barricades, the term's escaping me, but, things to protect the transportation center and maybe even parts of Flat Street, latches and floodgates, or flood fencing kind of through the downtown that could blow up and be put in place in those times. So there's ideas like that in there. The other key one that I talked a little bit about was Preston Lot, and that got picked up and changed a little bit in the downtown design plan, but could you create some more flood storage there, kind of create terraces back, maybe still have some parking there, or even have some underground stormwater treatment. So that's one that there's lots of people will talk about. How to create that space. Could you talk to Sue a little bit about the flood mapping that's happening, and if that's a state level, regional level? Yes,
No,
it's at the
federal.
federal level.
Okay.
They have been remapping based on new data. The draft maps will probably be coming out in the next couple of months. We've had a look at them. There are, particularly along the Whetstone, there's a lot more areas that are in the flood hazard area. I think along the Connecticut it varies, because of the dams and whatnot. I think there's been some areas that are not in anymore. Brian would be a good person to present directly on the maps, and we'll do that when they come out. But yeah, they are changing. The draft maps will be released for public comment some point in the next couple of months, and then they will probably be finalized. We're thinking that'll probably be in 2028 at some point.
And they will incorporate the work that was done at Kikidaki and Melrose. So that did have an influence on the floodplain. So, as well as there was one more project up above Melrose, wasn't there?
I'm not sure.
I thought Brian told me there was one up
By the Royal Diner?
maybe even on the other side of the highway.
Maybe.
I can't remember now.
I'm not thinking of which one that would be.
And did you say the board are we coming back to the Preston lot idea at a board level? Because we've been talking about some other parking stuff.
Yeah, it would, so that project would be a board conversation because it would affect that parking budget somewhat significantly. So, yeah, I would think that would be but as Sue mentioned, it will be completely grant related. So again, it will be a grant application, and approval would be coming to you before we did anything. Like with that, I do know that the DBA and others are very enthusiastic about doing something different there, and so that may be where the energy comes from for the town to do something on that property.
it's just interesting to me, and like you said, there has been a lot of conversations about that parking lot anyway, so it seems like those could tie together. Because I don't, terracing, I don't think I have a picture of what that would actually look like, but it seems like it could be potential for like recreational use of the space. Yeah. And I'm sure DBA would have a lot of ideas about that.
And I would say in the town plan that the planning commission is working on, and of course you all get to comment and get final approval, they feel the priority focus is the waterfront. And it talks a little bit about converting other public spaces without being specific into kind of parks and plazas. There was some interest in Harmony Lot by some planning commissioners, but they didn't feel like necessarily staking a claim on that one because others felt Preston or not wanting to be so specific at this time.
Yeah, and I mean, I know people do use Preston Lot. I park in Preston Lot, so I don't have to turn to go to the co-op. But I see Harmony Lot routinely way more full than Preston.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that was some of the, and either one, parking is precious to people, and so,
Yeah.
No, when you're talking about terracing, maybe this is. what-
Yeah, kind of like that.
Something like that, like along the Hudson, the Whetstone.
Yeah, and even projects that push the terracing out a little bit more, there's some green space, there's like places to put down a blanket or, you can hang out on the terraces. That's one tool that's often used in those applications.
I have another question. Is it okay that we're drilling down on some
Yeah,
town
we're
plan
really good on
stuff?
town.
Oh, we're good, okay. So for the wayfinding signs, you mentioned funding, yes, but find capacity to do them. What does that mean? Like,
It just means that so many people have a lot of things on their plate. And
so staff capacity within Brattleboro government. Got it, okay.
Yeah, and I think, that kind of project needs to be coordinated. That's probably gonna require a consultant that's gonna be able to, I was at a planning conference in November and I think it was Stantec or one of the engineering firms has a whole wayfinding division. And so working with the community, what's the look, what's the message, what's the, so I think it's some of that that needs to be done, so. So that's probably a whole first phase, and then it's actual construction of the wayfinding signage.
Yeah.
Here's a silly question, but when you said sometimes commissions will identify tiny grants, that's just like smaller grants that can be implemented quicker?
It's actually called the Tiny Grant
it's
Program.
called- okay.
It's like a $500
Okay.
grant program. But
Okay.
I would say the two that find the grants the most is Tree Advisory Board and Conservation Commission. I'm trying to think if Town Arts Committee has found grants.
No, they have not wanted to go for grants, although we've had that conversation. They may in the future, but right now they just rely on the Town Arts Fund.
And the Planning Commission, of course, but that's often because it's working with the department to bring things forward.
Yeah, the Rec and Parks Advisory Board may have at least worked very closely with Carol on Rec and Parks grants too.
Vermont Community Fund, are municipalities eligible for those grants?
Yes, I believe it depends on the grant, but we get a lot from the Withington Fund. It's one of the community funds, and that's typically Rec and Parks. And there's one other, there's one other Vermont Community Fund that applies just to Brattleboro. I forget the name of it now.
Because I did see the Vermont Community Foundation, there's an arts grant that's out now. So, yeah. I had one other question about Western Avenue and the paving project, and is that planned for bike lanes, just like lower Western Avenue?
Yeah. No.
Okay.
It's not planned for bike lanes. And that's actually, part of that might be a conversation that, well, part of it, near the deli in Guilford Street, that's something that the select board can talk about on Monday night when you see the concepts, or sorry, Tuesday night, Monday's planning commission. When you see the concepts, but yeah, so no, and then I think it gets really narrow after that, and so.
Bridge 54.
Yeah.
Until that project's done, it's really bottlenecked there.
Yeah, so I don't believe the state is planning on any, other than restriping kind of what's in West Brattleboro Village.
Okay. Yeah, I thought, just reflecting on the changes that were made on Lower Western Avenue, it's terrific. I think there was a lot of public doubt about shifting the parking to one side, and it's brilliant. It's great.
Yep, seems to work out.
And it was so well timed with when they redid the pavement and the lining, and it's awesome.
Yeah, that worked out well.
It's too narrow even to have one bike lane, not double both sides.
There's
Does that make sense?
there's
Oh,
bike-
do you mean in the?
Sorry, I'm not talking about Lower Western, I'm
Oh.
talking about the paving project.
I don't
Most of the
know
paving.
now.
Yeah.
I'd have to look at that.
Question about the wayfinding and then also housing. So for the wayfinding signs, parking signs is separate from that, right? Like there was an idea that was shared at a select board meeting that it'd be great if we could have signs saying the cost of parking in different lots so people could know where to go. I was also just talking to downtown business owners and folks like at the Latches were saying there are people who come to Brattleboro who have said that they stopped coming to movies in Brattleboro because they are worried about the 2-hour time limit or something. And someone was saying to me, actually, you can just go up somewhere where there's a 3-hour limit, but people don't seem to know that or that information isn't communicated. And so I'm just wondering if there could be information about prices and length of time. That.
Well, most
I
of our
think-
paid parking stops at 6, right? I mean,
Yeah.
that's typically what if somebody's concerned about a movie.
Or weekends,
Yeah.
prior weekends would be.
Maybe
my
that
guess,
was the
like
issue.
Isaac's getting
I
at.
think typically that wouldn't be included in wayfinding, but it could be an add-on. But
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, if that's a need, that could be part of a grant, for sure.
It was just something I kept on hearing about when I was talking to business owners downtown. On Facebook, I posted something about parking, and wow, there's so much that people had to say about it.
Yeah, although I do think, some sort of kiosk or some sort of direction on the parking would definitely, it could be.
Yeah.
I've never done a wayfinding project, so.
Well, I've done a few, and I would think that wayfinding for the public to any facility that was important would be included in that plan. I mean, certainly, I think that the need that you're identifying, Isaac, is an important one for people coming into town, particularly if they're not familiar with Brattleboro. So yeah, I think we could probably incorporate that into a wayfinding implementation plan or something. Without that, it's sort of how much do you invest temporarily to do something when we are running a deficit in the parking fund and, other things. So, it's like weighing that against having an ultimate, really good strategy, and it's consistent and comprehensive across the whole downtown, say, for example, as well as out to the highways. Like, really great opportunity to do that. And I know, it's really just a capacity issue and a fund, getting the funding to get all the signs and replace them. It's a lot of work.
Are municipalities, because you have a lot of experience with this, you said, John, using like a QR code posted around to be able to find information and directions to places you're looking for, in addition to some actual physical signage?
Yep, that can be incorporated into a sign. It's really, you have to think about what a person sees from a vehicle as they're going 25 miles an hour. Is it big enough? Is it really, typically in the projects that I've worked on, you think more like, you know how you go to an airplane terminal and everything is laid out really simply. You don't need a map, you don't need a QR code or anything. You can find your way easily to everything that's important or necessary at the airport. And so I think that might be a goal potentially here. It's like, how do you, if you're unfamiliar with Brattleboro, you come into town, what are the key things you need to be able to find, and is it a consistent visual image graphic that kind of ties your eye, and is it easy to see and follow and understand? Other concerns are often around, well, like what if you don't read English? Can you still find what you need to find, and incorporating that into wayfinding, which could be done with a QR code, for example, at a kiosk or something like that. So.
Will Amtrak provide a sign on the interstate for like they do in some states for train station?
I know that the DBA has had conversations with VTrans around interstate signage. I haven't heard what the most recent information from that is. It's not, that can be challenging. Interstate signage can be very challenging, at least in other states it is. And so it's something that typically takes a long time, but it's great when you see, like I think when you go up 91 or 89, you do see some towns have been very successful in terms of kind of marketing themselves on the interstate, and I think that would be a good goal for us too. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think about Connecticut. I mean, I didn't realize it was sort of more of a state program for all of the Metro North stations. It's so clear. And Springfield, down in Massachusetts as well.
Yeah, Massachusetts has really stepped up.
So I always thought that was more federal, but okay, it must be state to state.
Yeah, it can. It could well be both.
Okay.
So.
And I was thinking about Amtrak when people are getting out at this new station, or this, it would be nice to have some signage, and that's kind of a portal to our town, welcoming people, directing them.
I think that goes, that's what
Yeah.
the talk on the table is all about, yeah.
The question that I had that following up on the housing action plan is, you had mentioned that the town could step in with some of the gaps that are there with the housing. Is that you're talking about financing for infrastructure to make housing?
Yeah.
And is that sort of like when we committed funds to the Bittersweet Lane for plowing that road?
Yeah, I mean, that's a little bit different because that was a development agreement at the time that subdivision was being developed, where the town said, once you have this many units, we will take over the road. It's more on the front end of financing a project. So it could be there's like a new neighborhood being built, and the developer is obligated to build the road and put the water and the sewer in, and just those extra costs could make the project fail. And so, it could be the CHIP program, which is basically, forgoing the tax increment so that they can pay down that debt. And then, at a certain point in the future, we get the full increment of the tax improvement. It could be, just still being willing. The town supports a lot of the Vermont Community Development Block Grants, so that people can find the funding to close the gap. Sometimes the town has made a contribution straight out of the revolving loan funds to a project as well. So.
And we have, as Sue mentioned, we have property too, and so we can think about whether a town property makes sense to help close that gap for a developer.
Is that something where select board action could be useful if that were something we wanted to prioritize? Like that could help move that, unlock some of those properties, for example? I remember you did a presentation of a bunch of different properties, and I think it was mostly missing information.
Yeah, we're actually, I think, coming back later in May with some recommendations of which properties maybe you could look at. I think if there is a developer that's interested in doing either tax increment finance or that's a whole nother thing in Vermont, but more the CHIP program, the select board would absolutely be involved and be involved early because that's going to take a lot of financial planning, consultants, legal, all of that, so.
Yeah, and I think, you know, past select boards have kind of underlined housing as a priority, but we do have a housing action plan. It is pretty well operationalized through Sue's work. It's something we're going to be doing anyways, Isaac, and we're going to be looking for those innovative things all the time that can help, you know, get us to our goal of 500 additional units. So, but, you know, certainly if you feel that you want to underline that, that could be helpful in terms of us allocating staff capacity. So.
Any more?
I had a question about the Canal Street corridor. And I looked at you, Peter, because I was like, we've all been, if you had any questions, I didn't want to roll over.
okay.
Yeah, okay. So you
This is my
said,
fourth rodeo.
you said other challenges like state involvement with that Canal Street corridor, like we had a plan and then the state came in and did a little, either was it a priority flip-flop or?
No, we had hoped that they would be able to stripe out some of the changes that we were recommending in the plan when they did their paving project, but they came through a year earlier. They flipped their schedule. And so we didn't, you know, they did look at the plan and they were like, it's kind of too late. We need to just move along.
Just go ahead and do it kind of thing. Okay.
Yeah, I think they were originally going to be doing Putney Road and up north last year, and instead they switched and decided to do Canal Street, and we hadn't quite finalized that plan or in time to give them the design specs to incorporate, so we just missed that opportunity.
And going back to Canal Street and our Main Street, because I hear from a lot of community members about trucks on Main Street, and also fear of the under pavement infrastructure, water and sewer piping that's aging, and we have more breaks. It occasionally happens, knock on wood, it's not happening right now. And so how do we as a town address those big infrastructure needs?
That's a good question.
Yeah, we have a capital improvement plan, and part of the thing that you did in the utility budget last year in resetting those rates was to implement that long-term capital plan to replace infrastructure, but through a very, you know, a good financial approach where we're able to plan that out over time and not increase the water and sewer rates too much, but just enough to be covering that need. So yeah, that's how we plan for those types of infrastructure projects. But you know, then we have to balance that against, like, can we get really long-term service from the infrastructure that we have for as long as we can without having multiple failures. As you know, I think we've done some significant replacements on like Elliott Street and School Street, and we recently had a break on Main Street. It's sometimes hard to know what's going, you know, to get ahead of that and know what's going to be next. But we do have a long-term plan to be replacing all of the lines as we need them. So.
Does it usually take some kind of scoping study ahead of time to figure out what the priorities for the most vulnerable locations are, and then just follow that plan kind of thing?
It can, yeah,
Okay.
that can be very helpful. Yeah.
I just didn't know if that's possible, if that's how it's
It's
based on age or materials or where there've been breaks in the past, or like how do you make the criteria of what could be a potential hotspot versus something that could extend over a longer period of time?
So it's possible to do scoping down the lines to find breaks, cracks and breaks. Not sure what exactly we've done recently on that, but that's the way to do that sort of a prioritization. Yeah.
And I know that Public Works is always looking at what are the transportation projects that are going on
Yeah.
and trying to coordinate it. For example, the Putney Road plan, I mean, we don't know when that will happen, but I know that Dan has been eyeing work for that corridor when, you know, so that we're not going in, ripping it up, only to have it ripped up again, trying to work on that. So he's always looking long-term at what's going on.
And then big trucks on Main Street.
Yeah, I mean, we have something like 14,000 trips a day on Main Street. It's a very well-used piece of road.
There's a lot of trucks that
There-
need to get down to 142.
Yep, there aren't a lot of options for trucks on Main Street.
That's more trips than we have people in our town.
But is it true
Yeah.
that there was at
Regional
one
hub.
point some conversation about an alternative route? Or that there was some sort of state interstate toll or something that got kind of weird with the trucking companies and they didn't want to pay
I
it?
think in the 1980s, there was a plan, I don't know how far it got, it could have been the 90s, 80s, 90s, that would have had a new exit kind of through the Vabec, now Families First, through those fields down to 142. That was before my time, so I've just heard about that. I think I've seen some plans in our office, actually.
Yeah.
And I have to assume that I guess I'll ask it as a question. How does it interact with becoming and not becoming a state road as it passes through town?
What do you mean, Oscar?
Because as you go north, it becomes 5 again.
Yeah.
And so on. So is it fully under state jurisdiction even as it passes through Brattleboro? Or is it the state highway ends and then it is a town road for a while?
It's a state highway that we maintain.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
So they would, I assume, have final say in most of the uses of this road or restrictions on this road or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know about uses, but if we were to change anything, yeah, we would need their permission.
Yeah.
This keeps coming up. I need to probably refresh my research on this for sure. What I would say is, ideas about Harmony Lot being more like a plaza or, even Preston Lot it is actually about trying to find places that are off of Main Street where people can congregate and not have all that noise. I mean, that's what I've heard in the planning outreach that we've done. That's kind of where those ideas have come, from.
And do downtowns who are structured like ours ever create some kind of toll schedule for multi-axle vehicles going down main streets?
I'm not aware of restrictions like that, but when you bring up tolls, which is a very interesting thought, when the gas tax idea that Molly Burke introduced failed, I had a follow-up conversation with her about what would it be like to have some sort of ability, would the state legislature be willing to give the town the authority to place a toll on its roads? And if we were to get that authority from the state, it could be used potentially to restrict certain types of traffic at certain times, basically congestion pricing like they've done in New York.
Yeah, that's going over real well.
Well, it's a high bar, but what it would do is generate a lot of revenue to the town from external sources instead of property taxes to help maintain our road system, which is a huge challenge in our budget. So I think exploring that idea of some sort of authority to the town to be able to capture some of all of that 14,000, as Isaac points out, that's more than our more than our population, 14,000 trips a day on that road. Those folks aren't paying for the maintenance of that road or the pipes underneath it or anything. So is there some creative way that we could capture some of that usage cost that's happening to your system and use that to maintain the roads? I don't know the answer, but it's something that I think we should continue to explore and think about. The technology is all there. It's very simple now with EasyPass and other things. So, can be done relatively inexpensively and administered pretty inexpensively. It wouldn't require a big bureaucracy on the part of the town, is what I'm saying, which would be nice.
So we would just have to have the approval of the legislature to
We
do
need the
such a
authority
thing.
to do
The
that.
authority to do that.
Yep.
When you spoke to Molly about it, did you get any kind of first feeling on that?
Pretty negative. Like that's a pretty big idea, but not a sense that it would be an easy thing to do.
I think if we could find a model of a similar town our size doing something like this, that would be an interesting first step for me.
The only one I know of is New York City, and the state
It's a little bigger.
did give the city the authority to toll into the.
And, from having family that lived down there, when that rolled out, it was like all like heart attack soup. Like everybody hated it, and now everybody has just adjusted to it. Right?
Yeah, I don't know.
And I don't think it would probably
What's
be
that?
for,
Heart attack soup.
Yeah.
I don't think it would be for just
can get that
commuter
on the
vehicles. It would be more for the multi-axle trucks that are using our transportation corridor. But
to Isaac's point,
everybody
there's
else can just do their usual thing.
Yeah.
14,000 trips could indicate like one vehicle multiple times as well, right? I mean, let's take a look at just our own police department, our fire department. Police department more. I mean, they are up. I see them up and down Main Street all day. So that probably accounts for a couple of hundred trips, right? But I will tell you, as a retailer who likes to have his door open sometimes when the trucks go by, it's pretty impossible to keep that door open.
We couldn't just say no big trucks on Main Street.
Well, that's why I
Certain
think
hours.
we'd run into problems with the state, because they'd say the trucks kind of need to get to the other side of Brattleboro.
They have to get to the lumber company.
Yeah,
basically.
lumber company.
I mean,
There's Zaluzny right there. I guess you could access that via the highway. But
But, yeah.
We should.
All right, yeah.
Now hidden times.
Now we're a little over time. But I think this is
That's
maybe,
the
hopefully it's
boring,
all
I love
helpful to the next conversations that we'll have. Are there any other questions? Shut down conversation. So now we're just gonna kind of review past select board priorities. I'm gonna whiz through 2023 and 2024 priorities. I've got them up, let you read them. But really, the next part is to kind of just think about, are there any items that we're ready to operationalize from last year? Where we're gonna make it part of our regular ongoing work with maybe a little less focus. And, are there areas that you wanna see a little bit more work done? Or we can talk about the. So these are the 2023, 2025 priorities. So it was transportation center, town pool, community safety, safe child safety zones, and advancing housing initiatives. So I think last year we operationalized several of the, or 2 years ago, how many years ago? In 2024, we just had 3, which was finding a path forward for community safety, develop the concept of child safety zones, because that didn't really get tackled in the previous year, and then revenue sharing with the state. And last year, there were 5, which was increase revenues, advocate for state revenue sharing, so that one was kind of back. Work towards child safety zones, expand the housing stock, and prioritize financial responsibility and health. So those were the ones from last year.
And those were in order, right? A was the highest.
I think they were the highest, but
was it? Maybe they were, but Usually we've been saying,
Yeah, we try not to,
yeah,
necessarily have them.
not ranked, right, really after.
Maybe this year we can stack them by height.
Yeah.
So, is there anything there that's ready to be operationalized? Anything you want to talk about some more?
Well, just because it came across our emails recently, it sounds like, well, advocate for state revenue sharing. It's improved since 2023. It went right from 70 to 75%, and now there's a Senate bill that's advocating for 80%.
Yep. Yep.
So in terms of the advocating part, I think that's been operationalized.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is part of our ongoing, looking for those opportunities. And you could make it a legislative, continue it as a legislative priority and not necessarily a townwide priority, if you wanted. Yeah. Although something, like congestion pricing or something like that is a huge, heavy lift to do something like that. And if you wanted something like that to be your focus, then I would suggest make that one of the select board's priorities, something like that. And which could be incorporated under that kind of a header, something like that. Or something else completely out of the box, but ways that we can increase the revenues to the general funds. Increasing the grand list, whatever, however you might put that.
So we were just talking about the state revenue, right? Was it B we were talking about? I'm sorry.
Advocate for state revenue.
Yeah. That's kind of been operationalized.
And operationalized,
Like,
and it sounds like just integrated into what happens, I mean, especially from the town manager's office.
Yeah.
Staying in touch, building relationships, continuing to
Yeah.
appear in a timely fashion when it's something related to the LTC or the town of Brattleboro or any town.
Yeah. One of the ways that we've done, or one of the focuses of that one was on the motel program, because that was costing us so much money. There was in the bill that's in the Senate now, for, what that program is going to become. There is now a bucket for municipal revenue sharing. I think last I heard, there was only about 500,000 statewide for that, but that is one of the things that we were really pushing for as well. It's just like if you're going to have a lot of vouchers in Brattleboro, at least cover some of our costs. So that was, kind of the argument there. We got a little bit. Hopefully we may get a little bit, but it's nowhere near what our costs are.
Expanding the housing stock, so in the 24-26 priorities, that had kind of been operationalized, and then it came back in 2025, 2027. I mean,
I feel like that, as much as I'd like to keep that part of our conversation, and I think we need to, I feel like it would move a little quicker if it was operationalized. I mean, I don't know what the capacity is to do that, but,
It is definitely what the department does, and the town manager working with for-profit and nonprofit developers as well. It is well operationalized to the extent we have the capacity to.
yeah, no, and I feel like, not to disparage the work these 5 people do, but I feel like it would slow it down if we got involved.
So can you, and sorry if I missed this when I was in the bathroom, can you tell me again the distinction between operationalized versus
Yeah, it's still, it's in our work, but it might not have the exact same attention to it, or how do I want to say it? It's a regular part of our ongoing work, but it's less of a visible focus. Like if it's
Okay.
identified as a priority, I think I would say it's still part of our work.
Would you say that, I mean, since Act 181 was, happened and we became a tier 1,
Well, we're not tier
A?
1A yet. That's what we want to be.
we're tier 1B, or we're just tier 1?
We're
Whatever we are. But once that happened, I remember you saying that there were more more building permits that came out of the planning office. That had happened since 1986.
Yeah, the permits that we're issuing is a result more of the regulatory changes that we made at the town level in our zoning.
Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
Although the exemptions that some of the larger, that was important, has been important. Some projects are bigger because they don't have to go through Act 250. So it's both. It's the changes we made locally to allow more housing, and then the exemptions that came from the state.
And if we get all of the exemptions we want and think we may get through 181, that will be even better, right?
That will even be better,
Yeah.
but doesn't mean that there's necessarily a developer.
Sure. Yes, yeah.
My understanding of it, as John said, he said we already have the housing action plan. It's already something that's a large part of what the planning department does. But if we get to pick, right, like we don't necessarily have the same amount of, priorities here. To me, that just underlines that it's something the board feels is important. It doesn't necessarily, it doesn't mean that we're going to be more involved. It doesn't mean we're going to be in your business or slowing down how you guys are working at a department level, right?
I mean, I think it's worth talking about what it means for us to pick 5 priorities. I mean, obviously we did tons of things last year that were none of these 5 things. So to me, it's more of an expression of our high level priorities and goals for the town, and less like we want everything we do to be about this, or yeah, I mean, I've had thoughts that it might make more sense to skew our priorities towards things we think we can actually tangibly accomplish, like things that we might look back in February and say, oh, we had these 5 priorities and we did 4 of them and half of the 5th and we feel really good. Versus housing, where we're never going to look back and say like, okay, we're done. But it also might make more sense for us as a group as just high level priorities and it has been helpful, I think, at times with housing. We're not in the nuts and bolts, but there have been times, John, where you've come and said like, this is on your agenda because of you made housing a priority.
Yep.
So it's definitely guided our year. So I think we'll have to decide as a group what we want the things we pick to mean.
Yeah. My feeling is just that I would want to emphasize the work that they're already doing is important and productive work that, is deserving of time. And I wouldn't, unless you're going to tell us that there's something even more important that the housing is interfering with, I wouldn't want to see it knocked down a peg. But I hear what you're saying too, Oscar. I don't disagree with that.
I'd like to touch base about the child safety zones. Where do we stand with that initiative?
So the big piece of that was the community conduct ordinance, which the select board passed and then it was rescinded. So what we pivoted to after that for that piece on the child safety zones was we started working with Interaction about, are there other ways through things like restorative justice or other tools that we could develop in collaboration with them to help us improve the sense of child safety in that area. And so we've undertaken a project with them that they, I think, are going to come back and report to the select board about in June. So that's the next step in that in that project right now. So,
It's been, I'm not the person on One Brattleboro this year, but how has it been going with them? Because they seem sort of notably up for doing more. Like they seemed to be saying, yeah, we want to be more involved. We think we can come up with new ideas. We think we have capacity. It sounds like that has been going that way. Okay, that's exciting.
Yep, and they've, I know they've committed some of their capacity to this project, so I'm excited to have them come meet with you about that, hopefully in June.
Great.
One Brattleboro too? Or
No,
Interaction?
the interaction, yep. And their staff who are working on this.
And they're part of One Brattleboro and can talk about.
Interaction is part of One Brattleboro, yep.
And when we are, there's one very specific child safety zone, my understanding, right, from NEYT over to Main Street?
That was the, in my first year, that this thing has been a priority that has somewhat been satisfied, but there's certain things that still concern me, especially when it reflects Flat Street and the amount of kids and youth that are down there. And the substation, I think, is helping to alleviate some of those concerns, at least for me, but it would be nice just to sort of have something in place that, allows more of a call to action, something actionable that can be done that just says, especially in this stretch, we're really just not gonna kind of tolerate.
Well, and also
But yes.
tying into wayfaring signs, tying into downtown improvement, flower barrels, that kind of thing, identifying that as a more welcoming corridor for kids beyond human
Yes.
programming. Yeah.
And I would say that corridor has typically emerged as a focal area, but Cassandra Holloway has also done some good work with like the youth council in identifying other areas in town that also are a concern for youth. And I think if we develop tools for this corridor with interaction, I think you could rightfully say, well, what about these other pockets where there may be expressed issues? And so I think that the tools developed for that particular area could also be used elsewhere if you wanted.
So I'm hearing it's like it's an integrated approach,
Yep.
right? So it's nonprofits, it's the police department, it's public works to create, so.
Oh, I see what
So
you're saying.
things like,
Yeah, yeah.
say, Fairground Road, for example,
Yeah.
as
Yeah.
kids are walking through the high school, have a cruiser, like the park, operational stuff and physical stuff, not.
Yeah, this is really, the thing with interaction is more operational, programmatic, I would say. But as Sue mentioned, like, we're working on other things that are exactly what you're saying. So sidewalks at Fairgrounds Road and even the police substation and everything we've done on Flat Street there contributes to this whole sense of, can we make some of these areas that are really important to youth feel safer, be safer, be some place that parents aren't afraid to have kids going there.
And that's some of what was behind Teen Street programming, the collaboration between DBA and Boys and Girls Club is like, let's put people in this space and make it safe and be a place that's attractive to go to.
John, off the top of your head, do you remember any of the other concern areas that Cassandra Holloway identified?
I think between the high school and like Market 32, that kind of whole area was
There
one.
was some on Elliott Street.
Oh yeah, Elliott Street, yep.
They had a map. I
Yep,
remember that they were,
and they've done some follow-up work too, which I don't think they've shared with the board
This is
yet.
through
but
interaction, you're saying,
No,
or
this is-
planning?
the youth council.
Youth council, okay. Is that online?
And there was a meeting, which I was not able to go to. Did you go to that
I
one?
did go.
I was there, I
Isaac,
think, possibly maybe.
were you there? The one at the high school.
Oh, yeah, the big,
Yep.
There were lots of town staff there
Yeah.
that were,
Yeah.
it was great. I mean, it was cool to see the youth were actually facilitating the conversations at these tables, and they had It was really nice to have that opportunity to have this cross-sector communication.
Yeah.
It's 2:00. If you wanted to take a 5-minute break, you could think about doing that anytime.
Sure.
Everybody ready for a break?
Yes, that'd be great.
All right.
Do we want to talk about the previous priorities at all further, or do we want to move on to them?
2026, 28 priorities.
I just wanted to quickly comment because I felt like there are a couple ways to go when we're talking about the child safety zones, and it seemed like some extent what you were saying, Peter, was, you know, maybe if we had a priority that was, and I understand Interaction's already doing work on it, about Flat Street more broadly, that could encompass a few different ways that we're trying to move there. And that part of that could be child safety there. And I also hear that, you know, it's a broader issue in other areas of town. But to Oscar's point of looking at something that might be actionable in the short term relative to, like, you know, a year being a short term, maybe this wouldn't be that. That was my thought.
The original scope of the child safety zones were already existing, I think, ordinances that are in town. And they were originally called drug-free zones, which I think drew, I want to say, an imaginary zone 500 feet around a place where kids congregate or gather. So 500 feet covers a lot in our downtown. And so if you take the Boys and Girls Club and the New England Youth Theater, you know, those zones would overlap, right? Yep. But then, and that would be just this place where some of the problems are, so if you go within 500 feet of the New England Youth Theater, you run right into Gathering Place, right? But I make the assumption that that's a drug-free place anyway, but, you know, I also know the clientele that they deal with, and do we impede on that? And, you know, so I think that makes it a little more unwieldy. So maybe sort of shrinking the zone so that makes sense, or just designating a zone that makes sense. You know, so high school would be 500 feet. That seems to make sense, right? Except you on the backside of that, you run into residential. And now you know, so you know there are all kinds of overlaps. So and the vagueness gets into, well, let's just, you know, enforce this where it makes sense. Well, you can't do that. You either enforce it or you don't enforce it. So
drug-free zone just means targeted enforcement of what could be looking like drug activities.
It
Yeah,
could be
I mean,
signage. You know, most schools have this is a drug-free zone sign on them.
well, our transportation
that
center
does
has
anything?
huge signs that basically say you can't do any of that. And, you know, signs are nice, don't get me wrong, but they are pretty much just useless pieces of steel.
Yeah, well, and so I understand that really is perhaps where interaction is coming in terms of like, it's, I think it's easy to say this is a drug-free zone, and depending on what you're doing with the drug, technically many places, you know, it's a drug-free zone because we have laws beyond those zones. So to me, the question is like, what's the implementation plan to achieve the goal of children feeling safe? And, you know, I get that what Interaction is doing is like a partial authorization of that. And I guess I'm wondering, I guess maybe we can move on to this year priorities, and if this is one of them, we can talk about like what that looks like in practice. Yeah, okay, I'll stop.
I'll offer a little bit of history, and I think it was in 2023. Boys and Girls Club of America does an audit of all their clubs, and the Brattleboro Club was failed because Boys and Girls Club of America, the mother organization, said it's not safe for your staff to leave. It's not safe for kids to be around. They literally failed. And I think that was one of the first steps in, we need to take this really seriously as a community, because this is the lens of the entire United States, a major organization saying you're not providing safety for the participants of this program.
That study is what put this whole thing on my radar. you know, I mean, it was already something that we knew was happening. I mean, you know, you open your eyes, walk down there, you see it happening at the time. It's much improved now. But like, what do you do?
Yeah.
What's actionable? You know, where's the accountability? Where's, you know, these were all the questions that were being asked. And when I came onto the select board, there were questions that were continued to ask. And I think John will remember where we had like 2 to 3 meetings in a row where 100+ people were in there asking, you know, what are we going to do? So that sort of developed, took a kind of renamed this community conduct ordinance, and which passed at a select board level, later rescinded by a town meeting.
Yeah.
So, you know, I mean, that was our attempt to kind of calm it down. The plan itself got a little unwieldy as well. You know, we had lots of things in there addressing a lot of issues at one time that needed to be addressed, and here we are still talking about it.
Yeah.
So.
And I will say, operationally, though, the downtown cleanups on that corridor is an operational piece of removing cigarette butts and making it cleaner. I personally have been involved, and it's really fun. I highly recommend it. And, you know, needles or whatever, and any paraphernalia.
And the substation was a huge investment into that block specifically, so.
What's the status of the substation at this point?
It's fully operational, it's completed.
One of the things has there been press about it? That it's,
Okay, Jay.
I mean, now that it's, like a ribbon cutting or something like that?
Yeah, we did something.
The reformer came down, CAX, what's the other television station?
Yeah.
Came down, covered
We did a
it,
tour.
Chief Hardy took a tour of it, yeah, so good. Hopefully-
There was a ribbon cutting?
I don't know if it was such a.
I don't think it was,
ribbon cutting as
you know.
just a tour
Yeah.
that Pete offered. I think you were all invited to that.
Yeah.
We did a tour late last year,
Yeah.
but what I'm wondering is, you know, there was a lot of interest in this. There was community demand for it. There was a big investment, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and partly what I think there was a desire for is this sense of, okay, there's a presence downtown, and for the public to really get that. I mean, the fact that, like, I didn't even have registered that it's actually totally fully up and functioning, and I'm on the select board, makes me think that there might be other people who have missed that, and I wonder what might be a way of us kind of, maybe it's just we talk about it in select board meetings, but for people to know this is open.
It wasn't clear to me, like from my ride along with the police station, if it was a point of operations for the Brat team or if it has any public facing staff in terms of like people being able to go in. Like, for example, my neighbor who lives on Stewart Street lost their wallet. They don't have a car. Like, they walked to Black Mountain to get their wallet. My impression is that we don't really have much, like, you can't come in and be like, I'm a person, can you help me? I have a question, and there's somebody at like the desk. But, yeah.
2 front-facing offices there are the parking office and the community resource officer's office, Justin Johnson. The rest is more like what you're saying, it's more just a base for the Brat team and the downtown officers.
And Justin does a lot of outreach, so I
He
don't
does.
know how much he's like there at any one time.
I've probably been down since it's open maybe 8 or 10 times, and I think he's only not been there once or twice.
Okay.
So,
Does it have fixed hours of openness?
Yes, but I don't know what those are off the top of my head.
Yeah, because it's not, when I say Justin does a lot of outreach, it's because like he does amazing work, you know, and that's how you connect with people. So I don't mean that in any way of a criticism. But I think to what Isaac's saying is, as someone who, like, I live on Frost Street, I walk my dog like twice a day along this corridor, you know. If I were a person just like walking by, it would not be clear to me that that was a public space or a police space. Like the windows wouldn't indicate that to me. So I wouldn't know that that was necessarily somewhere I could go in and ask a question or even like that sort of thing. So I think that's
Or
maybe
that
what
there's a
you're
public
getting to.
restroom. in there.
Yes, well, and that's another big portion.
Yes.
It's
Be-
incentive,
because
just
yeah, well,
incentive.
because we exactly changed the plan for the public restrooms, how people know how to access that. Another big thing that I think probably simple signage could fix. Yeah.
And we were trying to keep the cost down by like not doing a bunch of signs or anything like that. It was just, I mean, we could, if you want to continue to make improvements there, it's certainly something we could do. We just need the funding to do it, so.
I also understand that this might not be something the town wants to approach, but like literally a piece of paper in the window that says there's a public washroom here. Like if
Your inner Canadian is coming out.
that's my inner Canadian, okay.
The washroom. I mean, I think I also could imagine some sort of communication, as spring begins or as summer season's here, this is the substation celebrates its first spring in operation or first summer in operation or first 90 day, first 100 days.
John, when did it open? November?
November, December.
Yeah.
It was, well, the miniatures festival was going on. It was right between, remember the Department of Public Works little miniature they had in the window of the substation?
Yeah.
Katie and the Big Snow.
I think that would make,
I think I
some of
remember.
the premise, I think,
was
is the
Christmas
idea
time.
that people know that there's
Snow was flying.
a police station on the block, and that conveys some.
Well, I mean, hopefully they recognize that from usually the 2 to 3 cruisers that are usually down there.
But the
Pretty big
cruisers
signs,
were
yeah.
always there, right? Like the cruisers were there before the substation. And when people are talking about, I remember conversation like people are afraid to walk from the Latches to Preston Lot. And so if those are people that aren't from here, it's also just like, to me, it's not that complicated that usually there's a way when you walk by a police station, you're like, oh, that's a police station. Because the windows are blocked.
They're kind of like, they got a film or something.
Yeah.
But that's from just what it's always been. We didn't change anything there. But what I'm hearing is some more like media communications about it. Is that what you're
Possibly some signage. I mean, we should try to leverage this investment as much as we can, basically. So I think if we can make a couple.
Well, the one thing that
tweaks.
the community conduct ordinance did was got so much press that everybody knew that something like that was in the works, right? But keep in mind, somebody who's worked in marketing for my entirety of my life, you could put it out on every venue, everything, put it everywhere, and there'll be somebody who will walk up to you and go, "How come I didn't know about it?" Right? I mean, that's just a thing. I think some vinyl, maybe on the outside of the glass, kind of saying, public restroom, something like that is low cost. I would even be willing to donate it.
So.
Yeah, I feel like, a Brat PD
Yeah, you're bringing
logo
it.
and something that indicates restroom, the
Yeah.
classic restroom.
Okay.
So I'm hearing this to kind of tie up these priorities. These are additional, like further expectations that you're looking for to kind of, on the child safety zone kind of area? Or are we talking about a new priority?
I think it ties in. I mean, if we don't feel like there's a big enough present or something, what I'm sort of hearing, if I'm kind of looking under the surface, is we're looking for one more deterrent, right? And I think if a police badge or some sort of signage that this is a police substation down here would act as a deterrent. If I'm reading between the lines here, and I think if I've misread that, let me know. But I think
That's not where I'm coming from, as much as just information so people know, and echoing what Oscar said, which is, let's really enhance the fact that this is fully operational. Because it sounds like even a member of our select board was like, is it actually running? If you don't happen to go down that corridor, or if you missed, we did have the tour, but, and I ran into someone at the municipal center recently that was looking to pay for a parking permit, and then they went to the glass. And I was like, I think, well, this was before I knew it was fully operational. I think it's over at but this was an older gentleman. Like, I wanted to make sure he was going to the parking office, and it was in the transition. So I think there's no harm in putting the information out again. I mean, I'm looking at the stickers on your mug. Like, some of these things would be great. Like a Bike Town one, like something that it's not just the Brattleboro Police Department, but kind of fun and exciting and like, hey, you're in our town. You know.
To me, this kind of tying the bow on that child safety zone, just kind of, and also just thinking of what you said, Amanda, about.
Well, I don't think signage on the substation is gonna necessarily put a bow on it, because I still think we're gonna have issues with people not feeling safe on that corridor. A lot of that is also narrative. I will tell you that when we started this conversation and where we are now is literally like 180-degree difference, right? I mean, it really has. But it took a lot of. It took our police department, our DPW, a tremendous amount of work to make that happen, and to let them know that we're not gonna do this here anymore. And that has put some new life into that area, which, allowed like the DBA to say, hey, we'd like to put a stage up in the Preston lot, maybe do some occasional concerts, which I'm all about. I'm not completely fixated on losing that parking space altogether, but I like Teen Street typically happens in the Preston lot, right? And that's, and I love that kind of usage for that, and just bringing some new life into that area. So, but.
My question was actually to Sue's point of transitioning into this year's priorities, is if we wanted to, if specifically the Flat Street child safety zone concerns tied into a lot of other projects on Flat Street, and if that was something we wanted to consider as a priority, because it's a lot more clear action items, or if it was something that we felt was already operationalized in certain ways. And that was me trying to jump to the next one.
Yeah, well,
Yes, I agree. Are you all ready to, we can take that up in the next conversation.
Yeah, I have one little detail, light bulb that just went off. That if DBA or I never know what to say, DBA still, but it's downtown Brattleboro.
It's downtown Brattleboro Alliance. They go by DBA.
Okay, yeah, because their Instagram's just downtown Brattleboro. Anyway, if they could help us out with some graphic signage, right? Like Brattleboro Police Department, parking, bathroom, community outreach, like a decal or something that fits in with our downtown scheme of design. I don't know.
We'll see.
I love
A little
Canva.
light bulb idea. What?
I love Canva.
Yeah, you love Canva?
I love Canva. Did you see my signs?
Yeah, or if that it happens through rolling up our sleeves and a select board member being like, hey, here's a cool graphic that could go,
yeah. Again, if we need to do it, I know camp is nice. I'd like.
I was joking, but
I
thank
know.
you.
I like to do business as locally as we can, using folks in our community.
All right. Excellent. Let's move on to your next priority setting. So we're hoping to have 3 to 5 priorities again this year. And I don't know, it'll be up to you with what you end up with. I think in the past we've said, less means there's, potentially more to get done. And a lot of times when we've had 5, it seems we don't necessarily get to everything, so. But wherever you land is gonna be fine. So these priorities are focusing on the what, not the how, although we would like to talk through and understand what you mean by the idea that you share and what it could look like to you, just so that we can, make sure that everybody understands and staff understands the direction that you're kind of going. So we're gonna start where each of you can share one big idea, and we'll spend a few minutes digging into that. And then we can popcorn out other ideas that you might have. I mean, the intent of the one big idea is hopefully you've all been thinking of that one thing that's really important to you, so we'll spend a little bit more time on that. And then eventually we're going to take the list and have you rank vote them. So typically, if we come up with 12 ideas, you would have votes, it would be 50%. So you'd get 6 votes, and then we'll go like 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So your highest priority would get 6 points, and then we're gonna tally that. So if we have lots of ideas, maybe we'll do a second round of voting. So we'll see where we land when we finish the generation of the ideas that you have for priorities. Does that sound good?
Yes. Yeah, I had a question about the process. Or kind of what we're setting. Is that my recollection was that last year when we were in the process of setting these priorities, the idea was that afterwards the staff, you or town manager, were going to come back to the board with like, here's kind of a proposed plan of how we see implementation might look like, what we might do in terms of what might fall under those. And I wanted to see if that's something that we could do this year for us to review and discuss and hopefully vote on to move forward with. And the reason I ask is just because I think that we could, if we're just left with these 5 priorities, and then they kind of come up at different times of the year, and they can really mean different things to different people. And I think having some shared understanding that we're like, here's a document that we're agreeing, it could be 1 page, couple pages, like this is what this is gonna look like, here's a plan. Or it could be pretty high level, but a little bit more detailed than just, financial responsibility and health. Because that just means can mean so many different things. And I wanted to see if that was something that board members and staff would be comfortable with, kind of as something that would come out of this or be kind of a next step.
That makes sense to me. I think the last year you brought a memo about the priorities back to the board, and then we approved it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we should all be on the same page about what we're committing to as our priorities. So the more we can do that, the better. And that may be something that goes a little bit into the memo and is also a little bit a part of our discussion when it comes back to us.
And our discussion today, right? 'Cause
Yes.
You said what, not the how, but let's talk through the how.
Yeah, and more specifics on the what's. I think oftentimes John will bring it back to the department heads and say, these are the priorities, I want you to all be thinking of it, and what are things that contribute. So I don't think we know all the hows. And so I think to your request for a plan, it still might be high level, but and that's gonna take a little bit of time to put together. So I don't think I'd want it to be like a hard and fast, but at least something that everybody knows we're working with. I think is what you're asking.
Yeah, like what I remember is seeing those 5 in the memo, along with some introductory and explanation about it and that kind of thing. But what I'd love to see is some things, once we come up with these 3 to 5, seeing even if it's, ideally sometime between now and July 1st, being able to see some bullet points beneath each of those of what the town staff would be recommending us to be able to do to achieve those, or to kind of put some meat on these bones.
I think it's probably a good time to before we start blurting out things. I think I had said in a meeting, I don't know, a month or so ago, that we have 5 board members and we list 5 priorities. I would like to suggest and follow through on what I said, that if you're going to make that suggestion, you should be willing as a board member to kind of champion the cause and maybe provide some updates even if it's just opening statements. And in housing, we just want to let you know as one of the priorities, and that we should each be prepared to do that, quick 30 to 60 seconds of this is what happened since the last time we met. And I think that that's just a good way to keep the community engaged and, if you will, sort of make sure that these things are moving forward and keeps, so like I would throw out like revenue and I would say, this is what's happening and here's the committee meetings I went to and here's some great ideas. Isaac would maybe do housing. I'm just, so here's what I found out that's happening and, talk to Chloe and here's what's, and to kind of keep that conversation active throughout the year. And it doesn't, I'm not looking, I don't think we need to do a dissertation on everything, but just a quick, like 30 to 60 second, here's what's going on, here's what's happening. Unless it's really big, and then I imagine after that it would be put on as an agenda item for deeper discussion.
That makes sense. I mean, if I'm the person who says housing in this meeting, I don't know that necessarily means I'm the single select board member sort of.
No, but what I'm saying is like, so as we're thinking about the things like we would like to see as a priority, I think we should also be thinking, would I be prepared to kind of champion that through the rest of this
I
year?
think that makes sense, yeah.
You're asking for some like responsibility and understanding on our parts of what.
I'm demanding it.
I think once we have the priorities set, then we can also just go around and find out who's going to be the point person for which of them.
And we should stack that in order of age.
All right,
Awesome. Now shall
everybody
we-
ready? Does anybody want to throw out their first priority or suggest a
And
priority?
this is the big idea time, right?
This is the big idea, so.
And we're just looking for like a topic is my understanding of this, right? So like I don't have to give you a specific idea about something.
Well, if it's too broad, I mean, we're gonna talk it through. So, if it's housing, like, okay, well, what?
Yeah.
What's, there's so
Build a
much that could be, what.
Tiny house farm. No, I'll start and, I'm just gonna throw out the revenue. Generating revenue.
And Sue, do you want us to start with sort of brainstorming and then we circle back, or do you want us to talk things through as they come up?
I would like to talk it through just a little bit, so that I have clarity. I know what this
So
means,
you want me to?
yeah.
Yeah, so if you watch 2 seconds of a select board meeting, you know that we are, the revenue generation piece is how I see our taxes being reduced, right? If we are, we've got nothing but cuts ahead of us, unless we're putting something into the back end to feed it forward, that would reduce the cuts. And to John's point, with like that usage thing, like that would help lower and lower the taxpayers' expectation of what they're going to pay to repair roads if we have this other mechanism to offset it. The gasoline tax was the same sort of thing, selling off of town property or developing them so that we can return them to the grand list in a taxable way. And plus all the other ideas that I've been working on and trying to push forward and see what we can do. So the idea, when I say revenue generation, I really mean tax lowering, right? So.
But a question on that, so you also said, I also heard increase the grand list, which might expand the property tax pie, but not on any end, it would be an increased amount of property tax revenue that offsets what other people.
Right, exactly. So, if you were all of a sudden able to just big numbers, so just please forgive, like between now and next year, 1,000 people moved into Brattleboro and built homes and did that, and now all of a sudden now they're paying into the tax base. That lowers it for everybody, right? I mean, that would be nice, not very feasible as a town that hasn't really grown since the 50s. But, with looking at the grand list is certainly the gold answer, but in order to grow the grand list, you have to create a community that people want to move to, right? They may want to move here, but I hear over and over again, like, we have a housing shortage, and so people move to maybe Vernon, maybe Dummerston, maybe Guilford, because those are not our towns, but they are certainly our community, right? That's where all of those towns I just mentioned, they come to us to shop, to go to our restaurants, to get the things they need, things that they want. But so how do we get those people, when they decide to make a move here, to come here? It's how our town presents. Is it clean? Is it safe? Is it all those things? Is it desirable in that frame? So that's all part, to me, of revenue generation, like kind of making the place with amenities, like a cool stage on Preston in the Preston lot with concerts every Saturday night or something like that you can go and tap your toes to 7 to 9, and that bring people into our downtown. They eat while they're down here, they park while they're down here, so that's increased rooms and meals taxes. Bringing people into our downtown district to kind of experience it.
So you're thinking broadly about revenue generation, but then also specific, like finding, whether it's the congestion pricing.
Yeah.
But some of the revenue generation, housing development,
Sure.
economic development activities are going to be a longer span.
Oh, God, yeah. No, this
And
is...
might take money,
Yeah.
might take an investment in order to get there, to increase it.
It could, yeah, it really could. And again, I've always used this funny metric, like if I spend $1, I expect 4 in return, right? If I'm gonna, because it's not just a physical dollar you're spending, you're taking a physical dollar, you're putting your time, your effort, your sweat equity into that dollar, and you need to have it returned in a way that says, okay, I can take that $5 that I just got back, and I can reinvest that, and then so now I take that $5 and I turn it into 20, and it just kind of grows. Hopefully, ideally, that's the way it goes.
People have questions. I'll just do a tag team on what Peter said, because I think we're just dipping into it being operational, which is economic development and vitality, and continue to cultivate the next generation, the Next Gen Brattleboro initiative. So that could be a B, or it could be, it feeds into basically what you're...
I think if that's not a separate letter, then it gets so big that it's hard to think
Okay.
about. So I think, to me, economic development kind of makes sense as a separate one.
Great, sounds good. So yeah, economic development and vitality, continuing to cultivate the Next Gen initiative, with an asterisk by retaining career-focused young people. Doing strategic policies to not only build and increase the people that are coming, but really retain and have structural programming, maybe. There's other things. That's just the what, not the how, right? Yeah.
Sorry, Amanda, you said retain and attract.
Career focused young professionals, people. Yeah. Which also speaks to really taking seriously major demographic changes that are part of our population base, and being proactive rather than in that.
Are you referencing like aging population?
Yeah,
Okay.
I am. It's a tough reality, but it is a reality, and as a municipality, we can kind of just let it happen and have lots of empty homes, or we can think creatively and policy-wise about that. Yeah.
All right, I'll go.
I guess you could, addressing demographic change, I would just say addressing aging population, it's challenges and opportunities, it's both. So when I talk about, I'm basically talking about aging population. I mean, not to, in a positive way. Does that come off positive or negative?
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, you're saying that you want us to be aware, you want us to plan for the changes that are happening in town. And that's an opportunity to support different groups of people that want to be able to age in place, and maybe people that want to come in here. And we already have like a kind of large economy for like personal support workers. You know, we already have revolving loan fund that has been like allocated as usage for apartments and homes before. Like I feel like I see what you're saying in terms of how do you use what's existing to support everyone who's here and have a way that might help folks come in or just solidify if they're already here. That's my take.
Sounds great, thank you.
Yes, I would love for us to adopt as a goal that we create a budget that does not exceed inflation this year. And that if we do want to adopt that as a goal, that we adopt it early so that departments can work on that all summer, that they can plan with the goal in mind rather than, you know, seeing a draft budget in the fall that is 9%, and then we have to do that good old process we've done the last couple of years, which I don't think, yeah, I think it would be better to set those expectations and do that work up front.
And so, just to clarify that, you mean look for service reductions if our costs exceed inflation?
Yes, that would be essentially every department's next fiscal year budget is this plus 2.5%, or pick a number. And that is the, yeah.
So quite a few of our union contracts put us over that amount on the personnel side automatically. So it is, this goal would be to reduce staff. Okay.
Or to reduce services or staff or something, yes.
Well, it's either that or capital spending, so.
Sure.
Okay.
So you're saying service reductions or staff as opposed to, or
Yes.
or is it however?
No, it would, without not finding those savings in sort of necessary, known, long-term capital spending stuff. So it would have to come from year over year operations budget.
And
But if we do the first two right, we won't have to worry about it.
And I'm happy to have those two on our list. I just want us to be real about them and not just sort of hope that in 6 months we see really different revenue numbers than we did 6 months ago. Because
What about these, Peter?
What?
Just kidding.
I didn't take that in a,
Okay, good.
no, I mean, there is some internal conflict to these goals. Like if you're trying to attract people to Brattleboro, cutting services ain't gonna do that. It's gonna do the opposite. But maybe you have an idea of what services might meet goals A and B and C, and that would be great to hear.
It's a super hard and frustrating thing because, you know, to the point just made, you know, in order to have the first two things, like C, kind of a necessity, right? Deliver is the lowest possible budget that you can deliver without putting more strain on the local taxpayer. But how do you get there?
yeah, that's the difficult part. Certainly. I just, you know, I want to set expectations or level set a little bit or something. It's really, I don't think we should have the expectation that we can pitch a budget that's like double the rate of inflation routinely. I think that's.
Don't disagree.
So, and at a certain point, I know there are people who see what I'm saying as, like really tough or something like that. But that's not really tough. Is like a business saying, hey, we had a bad year, so you have to get everything done you did last year, and your budget is 10% less. Like that happens all the time, and that's. I think the expectation that we match inflation is not a particularly harsh or budget hawky.
No, I to your point, I mean, it's important that we try to do that, but to the point of A and B, and we're still just writing stuff down. None of these, will make the final cut. But I don't see, Brattleboro has a marketing problem. Maybe we list that as D. But I think the easiest way, of course, to do that is to magically make A and B work within 3 months,
right,
and generate the revenue, and then it's easy. We don't have to have that conversation, right?
Well, maybe. I'm not totally clear what Oscar is saying, because if you're saying create a budget that does not exceed inflation, that means that means no additional revenue. Or, you're not talking about offsetting.
Offsetting would be fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
Yes, but only if it's, if we can really.
So it's not really, it's create a budget.
Well, budgets are based on numbers.
That the property tax rate.
That's fine
increase
with
does
me
not.
if we want to.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have some like weird fixation on expenditures or something. If we've got more revenue coming in, that's excellent.
And there's always those things that you have that are not in our control. Mm-hmm. Health insurance, right? I mean, we had that conversation a lot this year. I mean, they just jumped through the roof. But again, so I think if we're putting together a budget, it includes money that we've taken in that might lower it on this end, but let's watch throughout the year with next, make the focal point of when you're putting your budget together, town staff, department heads, like this is going to be the expectation. So let's try not to exceed this.
So it sounds like for this last item, it could be create a budget that doesn't cause taxes to exceed, tax increases exceed inflation this year. Because the number that the media is looking at, the number that people in town are talking about is the % increase in taxes. It's not the actual increase in the budget.
And that's what actually affects people's,
what people are, right?
So, yes. Yeah.
It's a property tax rate.
Or taxes, because the rate might be the same, the assessment.
If the grand list grows, then the tax rate, the taxes may go up, but the tax rate may stay low, like it's been the case the past few years.
I am content with any of these versions. I think probably the simplest version is that the property tax line item in the budget, what that amount goes up by.
But that's different than, so if we grow the grand list,
Sure.
and that amount
Yes.
could go up significantly, and still not, the property tax rate would not exceed inflation.
Then
So the impact to any individual in town.
And you think, so property tax rate best captures?
Yeah.
Okay.
The thing.
So can I just get a little clearer? So it's property tax rate.
Does not exceed inflation.
Sue's on her knees, she's begging us to stop.
My impression of what Oscar was saying is that because and kind of what Sue had hit at, some of this stuff is longer term projects that we absolutely will see a benefit from, but it's just longer term in terms of next term Brattleboro, in terms of economic development, in terms of increasing housing or selling off or incentivizing development on town properties, right? I think what Oscar is trying to say is that to work with the numbers or the reality that we have in the summer, you want to come up with a way to be more, I'm trying to choose my adjective here, but to working with what we have in the numbers, because we can't actually bank on, we can't actually say, well, with these things in action, we might be here next June, or we can't necessarily promise when some of these improvements are going to pay off in terms of a different economic reality. I'm sure they will, it's just when is that going to be? You're trying to say, with what we have in the summer, how do we address what's been an ongoing concern about how high the municipal rate increase has been?
Yeah, and I think the important thing is to give, if we were to adopt this as a priority, would be to give early direction to departments so that we're providing clarity, and that we would need some proxy. Obviously, we won't know what the revenue will be, et cetera, but something like each department has a budget, an expenditure number, and that we should set a goal in the vicinity of inflation for each department's budget not to rise by more than that.
What was the pro forma budget that John first came with last year? Was it 3.9?
4.9.
4.9, okay.
1.4.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. I think that what we have been, it's complicated in town, whereas the people we hear from are the people we repeatedly hear from, the people that really give their lifeblood as citizens to contribute to municipal participation are a very small section of the town. And something I feel a personal obligation for that I need to work on is the rest of your constituency. There are a few things I'll talk to people that are very conservative with budgets, who still want better spending on roads, or people who are very conservative with budgets who would not say anything about a potential $10,000 overrun to redo the expansion joint of the pool, even if it only lasts another year, because we're not anywhere necessarily near the $6 million rebuild. I don't know if I would stick on 2.5 relative to 4, but that's, what I'm thinking of in terms of having just had a bunch of department head meetings, and being told the fire department, a lot of their ropes are expired, and so if they had to do certain structural rescue cases, they're not stocked in the way they should be, and that's a huge, that's one example. Or talking to the library and hearing how much of the FY26 redevelopments were basically the endowment catching the library. The reason we have the library at the current operating services is not it's not because of something we did. It's because of the endowment has stepped in and really held that for the community. And also everything I've heard, both as a person sitting in the audience of the meetings and now here, is what long-term thinking are you doing to stop this from happening year after year after year, so that you're not telling us it's just this year? And I really think that's what you're responding to.
Yeah, and I feel for 2 years now, at least me specifically, I have gone to town meeting and in more or less so many words said I think specifically this year, but also last year at the special town meeting, I basically made a pitch for hey guys, I'm kind of personally asking you to accept that we did our best and that it would be worse to fail this budget than to pass it. But that well runs dry, and there are structural issues at play if we're constantly desperately trying to get the budget down to 7 or 6 or 5.5. That's and John, I think your 5-year plan was actually really good. it was basically 4 or 5% a year for 5 years. That was with $1 million in fuel tax and revenue sharing, which we certainly won't have in the fall. So, you know, that's $1 million, so that's another 5%. So you could spread that out and say that's more like 5 or 6% for another 5 years if all those projections hold up, which is not a science. So there's a structural issue here that I'm worried about.
It's really our union contracts, which you've all been a part of.
Yeah.
And if you really want to get it to inflation, I mean, don't sign those contracts and we won't have any employees. I mean, seriously, because that's what's driving it, and that and health insurance and risk. And health insurance, we're not going to know until end of October. So we could go through an exercise like this, but until we know that number, we're really
You had
up in
some
the air.
fairly generously high estimates in your 5-year plan, for example.
Yeah, we do.
It was at like 10 or 12%.
Yeah, it's 12% or so, yeah. We can do that, it's an exercise, but we won't truly know what to bring you for a starting budget until we have that number. Until you sign the union contracts and say, yes, this is what we want to commit to the employees so that they stay here, you know. The balance to what you're saying is some of that other work that I did where you look at full service regional hubs, and we're like 8 to 10% cheaper here than Greenfield or Keene per capita. And so like we are doing a really lean job of providing full services. So that's why I ask, you know, what services do you now want to do? Because it's saying like the vision of that goal is we don't want to be a full service regional hub in Brattleboro. We want to be more like Guilford or more like Putney or another town like that. I don't know how we do that exactly and not have you have huge pushback at select board meetings and everything. I have not been able to figure that out, but we can try, for sure we can try.
Yeah, I think the idea of budget conversations at this point are, here's a big word, are aspirational, right? I think we can sort of hope that we can deliver a cost of living budget, and as much as my idea of revenue generations or Amanda's idea of economic development are also aspirational, right? But it takes a lot of work to get there, and I feel the way you're going to get to what you want to see as a budget is really going to, these two are just, you know, links in a chain that are going to kind of pull this thing down to that lower number, because there are just a myriad of circumstances we don't have control of. If we want DPW, we have to deal with a union. If we want fire department, fire services, EMS, police, we have to deal with unions. And I know after being through 4 union negotiations how hard those can be. And I feel like, and you know, I feel like this year was easier than previous years. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I feel like they were really a lot smoother, and we were able to push back and try to keep that number lower. But you know, I think Oscar's idea of trying to do a cost of living thing may be unrealistic. Maybe we set a number that is more realistic, but keeps it certainly below that 6% thing, 6 to 7% thing that we seem to keep doing. You know, maybe 4%, 4.5% is more of a realistic number. I don't disagree with you. I'm not pushing back on a word that you say. I just, you know, I mean, this is minutia stuff, though, right? It is.
Well, I'm not, you know, dogmatic to a percentage point here or there. I think I'm not particularly less happy with 4% than I am with 2.5%. I think if we were to adopt this, picking a number and conveying that expectation early in the year. Of course, department heads are not going to be able to work magic, but it's good to provide clarity. So
I don't disagree. I think providing clarity early on beforehand, before decisions are made, and in real time, trying to work through certain solutions that might impact the next year's budget this year. Is it, we need to hire 5 more people. We can't do that this year. That could be that conversation. I don't know what more we would give up in services to get there. I can't imagine anything else that we could give up. But it's a worthy thing to put up there. I mean,
We're gonna facilitate.
Yeah, Isaac, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, about this one, and then I have another idea for something to add. So the first thing is in terms of the actual what this priority is that we would be setting. I just want to pull up what I have in what's in the Finance Committee's report from this year, which says that last year there was a 10.8% increase for FY26.
That's not true.
that's not right.
Well, I believe it was more than that originally, and then we voted it down to 10.8.
Well, we're talking about the municipal rate, not the overall tax rate. That's what Isaac's citing.
The
So
municipal was 8.9% last year.
This is that there was a this is a municipal portion of property tax, not property tax rate, but just the increase in municipal related property taxes.
But the grand list grew, so the municipal tax rate went up 8.9%.
I think that because Finance Committee redeveloped that report between what they were working with from March and then the May special RTM, and then there's further things that, if I'm understanding it right, further things that sometimes change after that passes at town meeting and is implemented. So I mean, just because I remember when that report was written, taking the minutes for it, I think that's what was being presented at town meeting, and then further things developed. So it's just information that can't be reflected in a document that's rooted in that period of time.
But I think we're talking about two different
We're not.
apples and oranges, because you're saying the municipal property tax rate.
The impact to the taxpayer, yeah.
I thought
The
you.
impact to the taxpayer.
But so the rate is like 1.53 per $100 of assessed value, so that's different. But basically, when we went into the special RTM, we were looking at like 10.8, and then some things changed between then and the actual implementation of tax bills that lowered it. Ish.
Yeah, the grand list
Yeah.
was higher.
The difference between FY26 budgeted property tax number and FY25 budget property tax number is 10.8%. So that is at least, whatever that number means to anyone, that is where 10.8% is coming from, I suspect.
It's what was being talked about in your guys' April redevelopment meetings. I think it's just a timeline, right? That's what was being talked about. That's what was talked about at town meeting. So that's what Finance Committee had to work with for the report. And then there was further development in the grand list, so it brought it down.
Yeah, and a big piece of that was the solid waste. That's what that was.
You're welcome.
But I'm sure that's I'm sure that's part of a broader point, right?
The broader point is that it would be helpful to be able to have like something that people have been looking at over the years in terms of measuring, kind of being consistent in terms of what we're measuring and what we're looking at. That's why and with the reappraisal, I wonder about, okay, so the tax rate might go down.
It might, or it might not.
Well, let's say that my house is assessed at a much higher value, and lots of people's houses are assessed higher, but the property tax rate might stay the same, but at the end of the day, I'm paying more taxes. Do you follow me? And so that's what I'm looking at, is what's the actual amount of taxes, the increase in taxes overall. That's why I'm reluctant to go with looking at the tax rate. And I do think it would be,
There's multiple compounding factors in both those things that you said, Isaac, so it's really difficult. Once you bring appraisals into it, that's a whole nother change to all of this, and you won't be able to tell in the stat that you're looking at or in the one that I'm talking about.
so maybe actually looking at the budget, I understand that doesn't account for increases in revenues, because if we're getting other revenue coming in.
That's why I've tried to go to things like per capita cost. Like per capita cost shows you, what it's actually costing per person to deliver services. That would be an interesting one to look at on a percentage increase basis. I haven't done that yet, but that's the way you can compare apples to apples.
I think Isaac is hitting on a point that, is not as easily addressable through a policy like this. But you're saying that people are going to feel the impact of the appraisal in their wallet, and that's also something they've been concerned about, and they've been expressing concern. So when we're thinking about our municipal budget, we're also thinking about that in the context of the statewide reappraisal. And we have our first BCA meeting in June, right? Isn't that June 9th?
I think so.
For the appeal.
I'm just saying in terms of being able to look at, for the appeals, but that if we're having appeals, it means that we have the assessed values, which means that we could look at a relative increase, which means that we could have some kind of rough numbers in our heads. And I know that my sense of what you're saying is that people are going to be concerned about affordability, and while our part of affordability is the municipal budget, the reality of their affordability is also impacted by appraisals.
There are a lot of different ways to slice how the municipal budget changes from year to year in terms of numbers. And people talk about it many different ways, and it leads to a ton of confusion. And I also think it leads to people thinking they're disagreeing when they're just talking about different numbers. But maybe that's a place where we can provide a little more clarity at some point. I mean, it wouldn't be hard to go back and run some numbers a couple different ways, and maybe that would give people some more understanding or more context.
Well, just to get clear on this one, what would you like to have be
At this point, there are a couple different numbers that would serve the role. What I think is important is an expenditure number that we can convey to departments as a general expectation for when they're building their budgets this year.
And wouldn't that the easiest, the most straightforward thing be, as you initially stated it, in terms of the budget?
The simplest thing
from this
yes,
FY27 budget
plus a percentage.
Increase no more than a target of no more than the cost of than inflation for the FY28 budget.
Yes, that is, I think, realistically the only way to do that. And then if we get to November and we find out, hey, we have this new revenue source, fantastic. It would be great. It would be great to be in November and get news that moves the number in the opposite direction. But
So my understanding, because I'm trying to listen to understand and not to debate, I'm looking back at my ground rules. Am I understanding that having this ethos going into the budgeting process could create some numbers when we're starting to really have conversations about it, then we could choose to have conversations about what we want to add onto that? Like, would we want to add road infrastructure as a priority? And what would that be? And how would that fold into the budget in terms of capital needs or other?
nothing I'm suggesting here would tie our hands. If we got into the budgeting process and found out, hey, there's this other stuff that we want to do and we want to try and pitch it and we think it's important.
And it obviously increase the tax rate.
Of course.
But it would be separate from the basic budget.
I don't think it would be separate. It would just be, we've set this goal and now, we've changed our mind or we've got new information and we want to put 500K into roads. So we're changing course. We'd always have that option. What are you smiling about?
It's called the budget process.
Certainly.
It's funny. I'm just gonna point it out as we've discussed A and B quicker than we've discussed C, right? Because taxes or at least this part of the budget is the one thing that we feel like we have control over, only to find out we have very little control over it. I mean, there are things we can not do. There are things that we can try and change. Solid waste was a really good example. I mean, I think we really, we started that process. I think I approved 64 different iterations of solid waste and my time on the board, and I feel really good about where we landed. Things, planets aligned, so good for us. We saved some money, so we were able to sort of control that. One catastrophic failure of a fire truck, and like, what are we talking about?
Of course.
So I think I like the idea of sort of setting that expectation early on so that department heads are actively thinking about what we need, what we have to have versus what we would like to have.
So mostly everything we have is what we need. Now you're going to but if you support this one, just so that you all know, and it's fine, we can do it, but it's going to be service reductions because we are pretty tied by our union contract. So that's going to mean that the direction to the department heads would be what essential services can you cut? And that's going, just so that you know, again, we can do this, it's fine, but it's going to have a big impact on staff morale because they're going to see all this and they're going to hear about this and they're going to have to be asked, like, oh, okay, if we get rid of these firefighters or these librarians or whatever, there's going to have to be discussions about how does the town implement something like that. And so that's why I was just hesitant on this one, the way it's articulated, because it's going to create a lot of stress and impact morale on staff to go about things this way, especially when we don't know health insurance. We're going to have to take a big conservative estimate on that, especially when we don't know risk. We're going to have to take a big conservative estimate on that to meet the goal. It's just, there's a lot of problems in this. Again, happy to do it if that's what the whole board wants to do it, but you should know that it will have a big impact on your staff.
Right. Yeah, okay.
So I want to make sure we have it right, and when I got my marker, I may have. So are you looking for the cost of living on the individual?
Let's say 4%. That sounds like I heard that from at least 2 other members of the board.
I was talking about the rate and what we're measuring.
Sure.
And I think you said just talking about the budget as you originally presented, so crossing off property tax rate.
So.
Because that's something else, but really just looking at, right there, and just really having it be about the budget. And what I like about you talking about the cost of living or the inflation, tying to inflation, is that is something that's real. That's about the income for residents of our community is usually somewhat tied to it can be tied to inflation. And to have something that's 4%, 6%, it feels somewhat arbitrary to me. Whereas I think that looking at cost of living as a target makes sense.
It's just a number we don't really know until sort of after the fact.
To make that point, we've already said it was, this is what the actual impact was, and we kept throwing around that bigger number. I don't know. I think it's a fine idea to make that a goal. Should be our goal to deliver as low a budget as possible. I think the way you do that is you set something, but I think we have to, be prepared that maybe we don't have an overnight shift on the police department. That'll be a service that's cut. That our roads don't get plowed as quickly because we've had to cut back. While we put a number out there, those are the things we have to be thinking about. Do we close the West Brattleboro Fire Department to get to that number? Those are hugely impactful things,
So let's.
Yeah,
I think we've got get the idea of what's going on here? I don't
I'm not
think
done.
I know. We got the rest of the year to talk about the budget. Isaac, did you have one you wanted to put up?
Yeah, which was that to work with the finance committee on, to meet with them on a quarterly basis as a board, to review as a board their recommendations and assess them for implementation. And along with this, to prioritize the hiring of a qualified finance director.
Wait.
No, that's not the
That
budget.
sounds separate.
So this is under the umbrella of
Working with the finance committee
Mhm.
to affect meeting quarterly.
meeting quarterly, assessing their recommendations.
Okay.
And implement as appropriate.
And when you talk about the finance director position, are you wanting to do that with the finance committee, or are you talking about that as a separate priority?
Should have come up with a better name for this whole category, but I guess at the top of for D would be build our. Do you have a suggestion? I was going to say.
I was just, we're gonna add more things to this list after the 5 big ideas. It might make sense for those to be separate because they're sort of different.
I was going to say improving our financial management capacity as the broader thing, and the two pieces of that be working with the finance committee, and then second of all, hiring a qualified finance director. And that might be through a hiring committee, that might be through looking at what we're offering to the package. It's great to see that I heard that this position has been advertised on the town site.
I just generated a few emails of saying we're not going to be offering people enough money to attract them here.
I have gotten that feedback, and
So there's that wild card thing that impacts the budget, right?
but we have more. We should have more money than. Well, never mind.
It's already increased from what it had been in previous budgets, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm
You're not saying
withdrawing
anyway.
my comment.
All right.
No, don't do it. Where's the safe space, Oscar?
Look, all this.
Do we have questions about this one?
I think the discussion of, what is the most aggressive way to pursue getting a great candidate for finance director in as soon as possible is an important one. And as had just been said, may conflict with other identified goals. I made John happy. No, I didn't, sorry. That's my thought.
Is yours A and B? The B is not a standalone thing.
Yeah, the broader thing is improve financial management capacity through working with the finance committee, and then second of all, hiring the finance director. And I'll say that this has been something that we, while that hiring qualified finance director might mean that we have to spend more money than was budgeted, or look at that.
Headhunters.
What's that?
Headhunters, that's another thing people like to email about.
Yeah, but there's a fee for that, right? There's a cost.
Yes,
So,
that's why I said that.
I mean, to me, this is a core thing that can help us long term with getting that financial stability and that And it may mean that we do have to make it harder, we're gonna have to make hard decisions. I mean, that's part of the budgeting process.
I mean, this is really, so, what do I want to say here? We have had good financial coverage with Bonnie Batchelder. We've not been in a bad situation at all. In fact, it's been improving over what we've had in the past. And really since Kim Frost, it's improved dramatically in the town budgeting process and everything else. So our improved use of computerized systems and everything else. We've really made big strides on the financial side. I have some concerns about working with the finance committee in the past, we've offered that and they have not wanted to do that because they wanted to stay more at arm's length from the budget development side.
I recall that now.
Yep, so there is we've offered this in the past, so the wild card in your thing here is the finance committee may not want to do this. The other piece is, like if you look at the finance committee's recommendations, if we had incorporated all of those into the budget, I think it would have been something like a 21% increase in the budget. So the staff have really been working to keep budget down, but the things that the finance committee had been looking for would increase the budget radically. And probably through a conversation that might change. So I get some value in that, what you're offering here. But then in terms of the finance director, we will only hire a qualified finance director. Like that's a given. I don't think it needs to be a priority. If we're unable to do that with a current salary, we would come back to the board and say, hey, this is what we found, and we can't do it because we're competing against all these other towns that pay a lot more than we do. So I think really both of these are a little problematic for those reasons. But again, if this is what the board wants to do, I'm also really happy to do it, and we'll do our best at it. So,
I mean, you make a good point, because also like the budget is a set of our priorities, right? That is, and it's being implemented right now with the advertising. I think
And we put a lot of extra money in the budget for a finance director.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that means we have, if necessary, some additional salary wiggle room there. But
Would be interesting to hire a finance director and deficit spend at the same time, wouldn't it? That'd be fun.
Wait, just to be clear, I thought that the current salary posted was reflective of what was added in, and then, benefits are what's not reflected on that salary line that on the job posting.
correct.
But they are included in what we added.
Yes.
So
they
do
are.
we actually have salary wiggle room? I didn't think we did.
We don't have a tremendous amount. Some of the additional stuff we had in there, we figured is for training, because we're going to have to get this person up to speed on our systems, and that's not cheap. We may have a little bit of wiggle room, but at some point it starts creating compression with other positions, so we just have to be mindful of that. So.
All right, I want to be mindful of time. Nell, do you have something, your big idea that you want to contribute? Because I know we don't just want to be voting on 4.
Yes.
Or 5.
So I had a few things, and looking at the way we've structured it, I'm excited to get to go last because I wasn't sure how some of these ideas might fit into other things. Well, it seems like there is significant and important. We know that the planning department is already doing a ton of work on housing. So it doesn't necessarily seem like there's necessarily innovation needed there relative to just continuing the work you guys are already doing. I still feel that should be identified as a priority. That said, to me, that kind of fits under what Peter said. Peter said, when you quantified generating revenue in favor of lowering taxes. You did talk about housing shortage. You talked about expanding the grain list. You talked about attracting people here through that. So I feel that my concern is addressed through that to some extent. Another thing that is on my mind that I don't really want to put as a big five, but it's also been a part of many public conversations and some strife there is public bathrooms, you know? And so some of that, like we just talked about, making people more aware that they can use the substation bathroom during open hours. I've gotten to talk to department heads and I absolutely have heard, and I hope people know through the way that I take notes, like everything people have said at public meetings about concerns with bathrooms, concerns about the morale on staff who have to maintain them, concerns about the safety and accessibility for like anyone to come use those. I have them written down, like I know that. And then also talking to department heads, I see how some of that stress is already embedded in the work they have to do, like notably Parks and Rec and the library. And that's, to be clear, that's my impression of what I heard. And so I do think that that is something worth looking into. I also think that that is frankly like an exploratory avenue, because further development is kind of like another project in a capital plan, especially if you're trying to incorporate it to meet what we need to meet in terms of like, how do we prevent drug usage in a bathroom? Like, how do we keep it such that there is not somebody miserable or just exposed to like biohazards on a regular basis? And then also, like, there are people in our town exposed to biohazards on a regular basis because they're trying to be compassionate and offer their bathroom, and then somebody, you know, lances boils in their bathroom because they have nowhere else to lance boils.
Thanks for the visual.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
that, yeah.
But you know, right, like I said that because that's a story that I was told recently. So that I do feel it's important, and I feel it's just kind of like whack-a-mole of, okay, who's dealing with the problem? It's somebody in our town. And I also feel that that could be addressed under some of what Peter and Amanda said. The other big thing that I've been aware of and that people like to email, and that people who have been really committed to coming to meetings and staying involved, has been, I think clarity in the structure of our finances. Because from a citizen point of view, it's largely that they want to know that they can trust the numbers we talk about. And that if whatever they see us come to, they want to feel good about how we got there. And I was gonna say this at the tail end of Oscars, but for example, part of the rustling that I heard from the audience last year after the pro forma was they said, oh, well, we don't think this is realistic. We don't think that 4.5 is gonna be like the number we stick to. And I do not mean that in any type of criticism. I'm just trying to be blunt about, like, you get to hear a lot more when you're sitting in the select board, in the audience chairs, than you do when you're actually on the board. And that's what, you know, the whispering around me I was hearing. And then what we saw was we were around 6.3, and then the human services got us to what, like 8.3 or something. But a lot of the people who are very concerned about the budget and who are critical are also people that are saying, are also the people that are saying, well, I'm okay with spending if it's on this. Which tells me that what people are looking for is a more clear process as to how we get to the final number. And that's what I think could do a lot towards another thing that is a concern of mine, which is establishing what I perceive as somewhat of a lack of faith from some portions of the public. And I think what drives a lot of the contention we see on certain heightened topics in select board meetings, and what drives really angry Facebook threads. And so this is not something, I do not think that this is the same as what Oscar's saying, but I do think that there is a lot, or even what Isaac's saying, but I do think there's a lot of overlap of that. I wouldn't necessarily say, the reason I brought up 4 for Oscar's was because it was what I thought I had remembered from the pro forma last year, though you're saying 4.9, right?
4.4.
Thank you, sorry. Because what we've actually worked with in terms of the municipal portions of the last 2 years, that is still a decent drop.
I'm sorry,
You think I'm waffling?
Sue has added.
I don't think that at all.
Oh, sorry.
I know it.
Sue has added a couple bullet points.
You did kind of lose me on your train of thought there a little bit, and I know Sue's been writing down a few things.
Yep.
So I just kind of want to bring it back and to those reflect.
Yep.
The last one, I know you said, I think just as the ideas were coming out, I added the last one, it was
Yeah.
financial.
It's not, yeah, thank you, Sue. And Peter.
And I just figured since you were talking, we'd get all the ideas out and I put them down and then maybe we'll take 5 minutes.
Yeah, to be.
This time really 5 minutes.
Oh, no, I'm
And
taking
then-
6 now.
And then we'll come back and get the other ideas out, but just the last one, how would you like me to word it?
The last one, I think a reassessment of early stage conversation in the budget process, if that makes sense. I understand everything we've heard of, you cannot put certain hard numbers down until we have those figures from healthcare and union. And then the concern being so many people want to see the controversial points fleshed out earlier. And I think with past data, we can have some conversations before the fall. I also don't think that this has to happen at public meetings. I'm saying that there is work, to Peter's point about taking responsibility for your items, I think that there is work that I as an individual or other boards members in their feelings as an individual can do to understand, to identify key points that we know are going to come up in the budget season without saying that we know for a fact of the numbers.
So we're actually gonna have a budget development discussion afterwards. So I put it on this list, but maybe that's a time to bring.
My priority is helping the public better understand costs, such that they can at least have more confidence in how they're presented, and whether they hate them or love them, I think my hope would be for them to trust them more.
And go ahead. Well, you go.
I have an edit to mine based on John's feedback, which is that we offer to meet quarterly with the finance / I guess it's actually the budget or with the budget advisory committee.
Advisory budget.
Advisory budget. ABC.
Okay, with ABC.
Always be closing? That's all right.
Yeah, so where it says work with the finance committee, it would be, offer to work with advisory budget committee.
I think we know.
And you mean the select board or?
Yes,
Okay.
the select board to offer to work with the advisory budget committee, such as meeting quarterly. Yeah.
Okay.
And then In terms of the hiring qualified finance director, does anybody have an opinion one way or the other about having that on there and not attached to it?
I think we're already in progress.
Yeah.
So we can cross off B?
Yeah.
There you go.
Before we break, could you just tell us what we're doing when we come back?
So you all might have a couple more ideas that we want to throw on there, so we're gonna do that, and then we're gonna kind of vote.
Cool.
And prioritize, get to a prioritization. I need to step away from this, sure. All right, so we're running a bit behind schedule, but this usually happens every year and we don't necessarily get to the legislative priorities because this is the priority, and then there's a budget conversation.
And I do have some stuff to talk about in process improvement, so I'd love if we could save
Make sure
a
that
little
we get
time
that,
for
okay. So if there are other ideas that you want to throw up for ranking or put on the list, I should say throw up, why don't we just give them to me if you've got them? Let's try to stay concise, but explain what it is so that people will know when they're voting.
Just call them out one at a time?
Yeah, just call them out.
Okay. Road infrastructure, addressing, this tagged on to what we're doing already from DPW, but really focusing on that, securing funding for, planning for, and
And is this for maintenance of
maintenance of existing roads.
maintenance of existing, or are you looking for expansions or all of it? Just
I was thinking just trying to take a stab at keeping up with
Like
what we
repaving
need
and
to
stuff,
do. What are we, like $14 million behind or something in infrastructure stuff? So, yeah, structuring that in our budgeting or, revenue procurement,
and
grants
is this
writing.
is this roads, sidewalks, or just all DPW infrastructure?
I was thinking driving roads, but roads, sidewalks, and bike stuff. Yeah.
I think in the conversations of like the best way to approach it generally is if you can consolidate.
All together.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's what it
so-
sounds like. Yeah.
Any questions on that? Any other
basics.
clarifications needed?
No.
See, no.
It is in the finance committee's recommendations.
Yeah.
Yes. And everyone was conspicuously silent at town meeting when they had their chance to put 500K into the budget.
Yep.
So we'll have to figure it out, but yeah. Here's another thing similar that I want to put on the list for discussion, but I don't know how we do it. We know we're still short an assistant town manager. So there are a couple of these gaps: roads, assistant town manager, bonding for DPW, bonding for the pool, where we know this stuff, the way we're doing it now isn't sustainable and we can't afford to actually do it. So having that conversation. So I would say, right, DPW and pool maybe.
Together?
I would say separate, just like coming up with answers for each of those projects. Because again, John's 5-year plan has those out, but I don't know if those can be out for 5 years.
Yeah, and the assumption in there was we find grants or congressional earmarks or something like that to cover it, but yeah, but we certainly can't bond for them right now.
Wasn't there something that Brian Bannon found some money for pools, or there was something, a glimmer
Was
of
that Northern
hope?
Border that you mentioned?
Yeah, Northern Borders is a potential. Yep.
There's a potential, and we're on the priority list with that.
So it's just a matter of waiting to get that.
It's a matter of figuring out all the financing and using that as part of it. So it's really not ready for a Northern Borders project unless the other part of the funding is.
Like the municipal funding?
Whatever it is,
However we get it.
however we're paying. I mean, it won't pay for the full cost of the pool, so
It's a big part of the stack.
yeah, the funding stack.
Okay.
Part of my confusion is because our third bullet point is refine expectations. What would initial success look like? Because to me, some of like, you know, for example, when I said public bathrooms, I kind of feel like public bathrooms are a part of economic development and vitality. But we haven't, and there's been some, that's kind of why I was like, if we're trying to build consensus, I feel like for 3 to 5 big ones, that's why I was like, things that are covered under the purview of a big idea, of a broad, you know, topic. And so same thing for like assistant town manager bonding, like bonding and road infrastructure. I feel like that could be under a bigger umbrella.
It could, but yeah, I mean, I think all of these are big enough
But
in
how
the
do we-
context of our budget that like, you know, if we figured out a way to reshuffle the pieces so that we could hire an assistant town manager, I would feel really good about that in February. That I would consider that like a thing that was a priority for me that we succeeded at. So I think if we get too general, it starts to just become like,
If we get too general, but we have clear expectations and there's 8 points, you know, or 3 points within a general idea, even if you win one of the 3 points, it's still a win.
yeah.
So, just to clarify, you'd like to create an assistant town manager position, even if that means you have to cut from other departments in order to make that happen and still stay within the inflation? No.
It's I don't have an answer for any of these. I just know that the goal is to, you know, figure out some sort of sustainable structural way to do all the stuff we know we have to do that we're not doing. So it's not get an assistant town manager by any means necessary in next budget. That would be sort of easy. We would just put it in there and then pay the price somewhere else.
Well, the easy part would be saying we're going to put it in.
Yes.
That would be the
Conceptually.
easy part.
But, so,
To Oscar's point, though, I think, you know, things that we can't continue to sort of kick down the road and ignore are the fact that, you know, John, for at least the past 2 years, has been, you know, town manager, assistant town manager, and part-time finance director, right? So that's not fair to him. Finance director thing, feel like we're getting a little closer to making that happen. So, you know, getting back to an assistant town manager position would be good. Whether it ends up in the top 5, I think it's important that it's mentioned. So, you know, as far as bonding for DPW and a pool that's losing 1 million gallons of water a year.
and I think this discussion is as important as the 5 things we end up with, like this process.
It is. I think, you know, that if it doesn't end up in the top 5, we know that we've discussed it. It's a matter of record, and, you know, we're thinking about it.
And I also think it sticks in our minds as well. So like when we talk about economic development and we talk about assets, well, our recreational assets are huge to bringing younger people here who maybe have children who want
100%.
to use that. So like I think there's ways that it all will work together.
That's why, okay, so the point I keep trying to say, but I don't think I'm articulating it clearly enough, is to me, to some extent, if some of these could be compacted, then it might make our voting process easier. Because we know that all the things we're identifying as like, well, these are important. If we're saying like, yeah, outdoor recreation is economic vitality, is increasing revenue, to me, that helps the consensus, because right now we have, I don't know what number K is in the alphabet, but quite a few.
I'm going to challenge that just a little bit now,
Okay.
because I think if you make each bullet point a big web of many facets, it becomes less clear for advising John and
Okay.
less clear for his advising of staff and less clear in our, if we can find a potentially achievable, straightforward goal or take steps towards an achievable goal, then I think we're going to serve the community better.
Okay. To some sorry.
It's a big process in sales is the less you have to explain something, the easier it is to sell it or convince somebody they need it, or they convince themselves that they don't need it. As long as you don't have to, bonding for a pool, pretty easy to understand, don't have to explain it. Why do we need to do that? Pool's losing 1 million gallons a year. It's very easy to explain. So as much as I appreciate where you're trying to say, let's, but like we get to Oscar's thing about the budget, like we all understand that, but trying to sell and convince people that this is where we need to be, and the impacts of those decisions that we would make or ask town staff to make, it becomes a little unwieldy, and then everybody kind of weighs in with their own ideas, and it morphs a little out of control. So clear and concise points are.
Well, to me, if we had something that said, capital infrastructure improvements, roads, bonding DPW, bonding pool, that's pretty clear.
Yep.
But that is 1 point instead of 3.
Yes.
And we probably just can't do all of those, so
Yes.
that's why
Okay.
choose your priority is helpful.
And I think that,
I've been talked out now.
no, but I think that makes sense.
I get your point.
For me, the problem for us to work on here is not to sort of identify that we're missing these things. We all know we're missing these things. The task I think we could take up as a priority, although I don't know if it makes top 5, is to really, face that problem head on and try and look at the whole system and figure out, we know we need these things. We think we need all this other stuff we have. We have these pressures from the community on how much we can spend. How do we design a working town that fits all this stuff in? Because some of this stuff, like roads that are not kept up, just doesn't work. You can do it for 5 years, but you're not even actually saving any money. So I think you could bundle some of this stuff up, but it would probably be more for me about like trying to come up with a structural solution to this stuff we know we have to do.
Yeah, and I had one comment, if I may, just tagging on to actually Isaac's regarding the finance director, which is already in place, so it's already, but I don't think it hurts to put that also as a priority, that to be supportive of town manager, to really make that happen and make it happen in a way that we feel like we're doing due diligence to be part of that process. So I know we talked about one person you said could be on the hiring committee. That person, I remember you said ideally we would be select board or at large. You had said one.
I'm willing to have a select board member be on that if one of you wants to do that. I don't want too big a hiring group.
Okay. Okay, so just so in terms of that being a priority of the select board, I think it's, it is still kind of worth that, because that position in our town government will be a game changer in terms of our being able to clearly examine the feasibility of anything we're talking about at this table.
So maybe you want to add the finance director as a separate.
That was Isaac's, right?
Would you like to have it put it back under the one where it was, or would you like it to be a separate item?
Because we crossed it off at the end
Oh, we
before the
crossed
break.
it off.
But I'm happy to uncross it off.
Let's just let's not tie it with the finance committee thing, and let's just have it be its own thing. And I know it is operational, but I think if we as a select board address it early, and are supportive of John and that we make that happen for the town. Maybe it means changing the budget for the salary, but that we really, that piece is gonna, I think, help a lot, hopefully.
I mean, it's a tough one for me because it's like we've got a plan, we're implementing it right now. Like we know it's a priority for you all. So as long as it all works and we get some good candidates, I think we're done.
Great, so check that, we
But
did it.
But what you're saying is, what if it doesn't? And
Well,
then
so for
is it-
example,
yeah.
if you're like, guess what, the salary's just not, what we're offering is, we've been talking with a candidate that we think would be a great fit, the salary, but you have to come back to us, right, to say,
If we don't have adequate budget, I would have to
So
come
that
back to
if
you
that's
in
a-
town meeting.
so if you got to that table
Possibly.
and said, this is one of your priorities you identified for this year, that would reinforce to the public that it in fact is one of our priorities, and then, Because it's a major piece right
And
now that
Bonnie's
all
been
departments
excellent, but I
need.
think we're all really hopeful that having a person in the building will be
Makes a big difference.
a big asset.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's there, it's available.
And when you're
9 to 5.
talking about like grant procurement and grant funneling through and making, applicate the, time and expenses of town staff applying for grants and that being reimbursed and all of those nuances that are part of a really great finance director, I feel like that's a.
So just my impression,
John's trying to get a word in edgewise here.
I was just going to remind you all that Bonnie said, you should be getting more finance clerks. That's where our risk is right now. So just keep that in mind as well. So
I was just gonna say that my impression of what John is saying is that this being like a key responsibility in being a town manager to hire like an open important position like this, you're gonna be coming to the board if the salary's not high enough, whether or not it's an identified priority.
if it's within budget and I can,
Yeah.
it will then become a discussion for your FY28 budget for the finance department, but.
And it would only need to go to town meeting if we decided we wanted to actually raise more taxes. If we said we want to actually increase the budget and get another $40,000.
And that's all I meant. But
Yeah, but
And I,
otherwise we could just say like, yeah, we're going to overspend.
Or through the FY28 budget process.
the second part of what I was trying to say is what I think my impression of what Amanda's saying is that this is a way to signal to the public that where the intention is or the understanding of the importance of it is. Because to me, the conflict here is whether or not it even needs to be up there. Because you're saying like there's a plan, there's no more brain scheming of how do we get a finance director, and it's just follow.
That's why I raised the finance clerk side, because
Yeah.
that's the missing piece that they're telling us from a risk standpoint. Like, you kind of have a plan for a finance director, we know it's important, we want to find the best person possible. But what Bonnie's saying is even with her there, and even with a good finance director in place, our risk, our exposure is at the clerk level.
How many clerks
Because we've
does Bonnie
reduced staffing there. So they were recommending a half position
Yeah,
there.
from the last budget.
And then
Okay.
we cut.
So that was
So
the
that's-
issue in finance.
That's the other
That was
reason.
29, right?
Yeah. I think it was in that.
Somewhere around that, yeah.
And, we got that memo after we had decided on this thing. We got the concerns from Bonnie. What I had gotten from before that was that, this was about a public-facing position, like so that there could always be someone there when someone's taking their lunch or that kind of thing. Anyway, this
Not
is
to, maybe we,
Yeah. Any other?
M
And
stands for child safety zones.
Can we also, are we
We don't-
gonna differentiate which ones we're trying to identify as big three or big
I
one
think
and
we're
which
gonna
ones are
vote
three, please?
on the
That's
whole
through
list.
the ranking, okay. So if the please consider, we rank the lowest?
Well, no, I mean, it's more of just an idea to get them out early and
Okay.
have a conversation and,
Okay.
like really dig into them because they're like, and also to help you prioritize, like, what is it that you most care about?
Okay, thank you.
So, child safety zones, did I hear something else?
I have a
Not for
couple.
me, anyway.
Okay.
We should consider ramping up our lobbying to the state. I know you've been doing that, but the board hasn't really been doing that. We could go up there, we could testify, we could write letters. So both on revenue sharing and on the financial side of the GA program, I think we could do more there. And then another one I want to put on the list is the stormwater utility. And I don't know if I'm not gonna say the name of the town because I couldn't get confirmation that this was public info, but one town in Vermont set up a stormwater utility and brought in over $300,000 a year in new revenue since 2018. So
Why would it not be public information?
someone emailed it to me, forwarded me an email from someone else, and I'm just not sure.
I was told that Champlain, had made one.
That wasn't the one I heard. There's a lot of towns up by Lake Champlain. And they have a big interstate running through their town, and they have a lot of nonprofits, and it's added up to a lot of new money. So I would like to put it on the list. Yes, but,
I just want to say,
Yes.
it brings in revenue.
yes,
It also requires staffing and maintenance.
certainly,
and stuff.
definitely.
And it- it's
So
also
that
just
was
another
like
way
taking
of
my
taxing
facilitator
people who are
hat.
already taxed,
A new
right?
initiative.
But it's not,
It would be in lieu of.
No, it's not new, but it would be new to the homeowner.
I just mean,
It's not, I don't think it's geared necessarily for residential homes per our last select board meeting.
No?
No, it's,
they would
there
pay
would be a
it.
fee.
They would pay it. So here's,
but it's
let
a
me
set,
give the
but
big
it's like a
picture
set
sketch
rate. and it's-
of using made-up numbers. We have $2 million in our public works budget, and $1 million of that we could attribute to stormwater, of like repairs and culverts.
Much less.
Well, he's just using the numbers.
And I have heard a lot of different things on that. So then we've already been raising $2 million in property taxes. Now we raise $1 million through the stormwater utility, and we raise $1 million less in property taxes. And then let's say we add on $100,000 in administrative costs, let's just say, right? So now we're raising $2.1 million, and the utility is raising $1.1 million. And it's raising that by fees on everybody. So homeowner pays whatever, $50 a year, and Home Depot, whoever owns that, pays probably a lot more. But out of that 1.1 million, $300,000 of that is coming from the state and nonprofits and non-property taxpayers. So there's overhead. People are getting a new fee, but the burden on property taxpayers is going from 2 million to 1.8 with all these made up numbers. But that is the premise.
Wendy,
Yes.
when Wendy responded in the meeting, in our last meeting, when Wendy Harrison was responding to Sue Bellsville's concern about, the impact and it just being another fee staked onto the, the residential homeowner. Wendy said other towns in the state is less than $100 per year, like as a residential. What municipalities do is they reduce the property tax in acknowledgement of stormwater fee in place of property tax, because it's really important that it's not seen as a tax, and there's more said. And Oscar, as he just said, you're taking expenses out of the general fund and putting them into the utility fund.
And if the math didn't work out the way I just made it up to work out, if that's not how it went for Brattleboro, then I would not want to do it. But if it did work out that way, that's basically
It's not that
$200,000 a year.
I'm willing to, not take a look at it, but
Yeah.
yeah, okay. All right, I think,
That's
at a,
Anything else for this list?
Other ideas?
yeah.
Oh, I have one that I'm not going to vote for, but it's a fun one. Just to say that, and I assume you all listen to Franz's radio show, so you may have heard me say this already, but there's a totally other way to go around about all of this, which is to say, we don't want to tighten our belts. We want to make a big push. We want to invest in Brattleboro. We want to pay for the things we need. We want to fix up our roads. We want to do a bunch of stuff. And it's more expensive, but we think it's going to be worth it, because otherwise, you're just sort of doing the circling the drain thing of every year it gets a little smaller. And that's absolutely a way we could go as a board. It would be a difficult sell. It's also possible that it might be the right decision. And so I want to put it on the list. I'm not going to vote for it today without talking about it a whole lot more, but I want to say it into the camera and say it to the group that there is another way.
So you're advocating for a 40% rate increase. That's what we're gonna put to the camera.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, just to be clear.
It would be a lot. But those are the kinds of choices you face. when
I'm
you're-
gonna call that invest in Brattleboro,
Great.
because I can't think of a better term, and you said that.
Oh,
But
yeah.
as long as you are
That's such a
aware,
nicer phrase.
it's more, well, Oscar used it, but it's a, rather than.
You don't like 40% tax
Question.
increase? Because it happens to
No, no,
businesses,
Rather
right?
than
You're like,
cutting,
you're 100%
we're
right.
do I
going to.
put 20 grand into my storefront and buy all new stock, or do I, do this for another 3 years and then close it out, right? Those are kind of or do it for another 3 years and hope that the national environment magically gets better and my business picks up. So that's all.
Okay, everybody good? Ready to vote?
So, we have 16 ideas here.
I think we're probably gonna have to do 2 rounds of voting. Each of these ideas, I'm actually gonna lay them out on the tables, maybe you guys can stretch your legs and walk around. You're each going to get a index card. There's pens, you don't have pens.
Just move our pens here.
This will be for the first round. You're gonna get 8 votes. And so your top ranked priority, you're gonna assign 8. And then you're gonna go down from there. Your second ranked priority will get a 7.
Okay, so 8 is best, not 1.
8 is best.
Okay,
Yep,
this is how many points we're giving.
yep. And I'm gonna, because these aren't sticky copies, put them on the tables, if that's okay with you.
Before we vote, so you have expressed the concern about the stormwater utility in terms of just an awareness that it has a cost would be to set it up and all that and staff it. Do you
I have notes from the meeting.
You have notes from the meeting, but I'm curious if you've already, you feel like you've researched it, you have the information that you would need to know that this would be something that would be net benefit or net cost to the town, or?
So the question, yeah, if you're asking me, I'm going to say there are positives to it, right? It's good environmental stewardship. It is additional money to create, to do stormwater projects that we're really struggling with right now. So those are the positives. The negatives is, yes, it might shift things out of the general fund, but people are gonna view it as a tax. So it will be pretty publicly contentious, is the experience. All the other towns that have it in Vermont are required to have it based on their stormwater permitting because they are dumping into, their stormwater is making its way to Lake Champlain. So the state has an agreement with the feds. This is why they have it in place. So it's an easier sell when you have to do it. So we can imagine that's going to take a bit. We've had a lot of stormwater work done. We would need a consultant to kind of assess the impervious surfaces and come up with the program. There would be implications for a finance department setting up a new utility, billing, probably twice a year with water and sewer, but there's going to be more customers than that are necessarily getting it because anybody that has impervious surface might not be on town water and sewer. I think you're probably looking at 3 years before we could get something implemented, and probably having to set aside some stuff to get it done in a 3-year time frame.
Do you have a gut feeling on I'm sure it would be contentious. Do you have a gut feeling on whether it would actually bring in more money from new sources than it would cost?
I do not know.
Okay.
I haven't looked at it in that level. I've looked at the programs and the process for setting it up.
That's where we need consultants.
Right, that's sort of the study part. Yeah. Okay.
What Dan had said on the 21st meeting, said runs about 50 to 75K setting up the programming for the design and the development costs, depending on how complicated the program would be. And as you noted, for the billing and finance end of it, we would have to buy another module for the software. That would be 15 to 20K for the additional customers. And then he noted that we don't have a dedicated GIS person to keep up with the program. And then Wendy said most of the time you don't actually need a dedicated GIS person, so that one, I don't know.
I mean, to get it set up,
Yeah.
we'd want it, and then, some.
Yes, to get it set up.
So, you can get credits based on certain activities that you might undertake, so somebody's gonna have to be evaluating that. I mean,
Okay.
do you need a dedicated GIS? No, but you're gonna need the services, at times.
And this obviously is like it's a question mark down the road, but Wendy did say she was looking for ways to get states to fund towns for the initiation process,
Yeah. And there is a study committee right now on regionalization for stormwater utilities. Brian Bannon has been participating in those. He's expressed some concerns that it, is in the end could be a hard sell for the rural communities who don't have a lot of impervious surface. So why would they be wanting to be forced to be a part of something that impacts the more
Right.
densely developed? So that might suffer the road rule.
Yes.
fate, so.
And I think Wendy at least sees that, the state or the regionalization of this stuff as a possible like loss of an opportunity for the town to do it and have more control. Which, and again, I'm not saying that I know this is a great idea or that I know the numbers would work out, but there's something of interest there. Yeah.
Oscar, are you gonna vote for this?
Yes.
All right. So I see that several of you have like kind of marked out, 876 or the reverse. Remember, 8 is your most points you're assigning, and John has put the sheets around so they've got the numbers.
So we vote for 8, ranking them, and 8 is the top one.
8 is the
1
top.
is the
Yep.
lowest.
1 is to your 8th ranked.
Okay, so I'm gonna need a new card.
Okay.
And should we put the letter and a short description of it, or?
Probably just the letter. You can if you would like to, but you can just do letter or whatever works.
Wait, what's housing innovation?
I just said that I wanted
You,
housing to be on the priority list
Okay.
to emphasize that we want them to stay at least after.
Can I cross out innovation?
You can.
Okay.
I just wanted to
Cross
be
it out.
identified that the work that the planning department is doing is a priority for pursuing the goal of 500 units. But yeah, I'm not suggesting new things.
Public bathrooms in county.
I think that it's not necessarily sustainable the way that it's pushed into other areas of the town.
Oh,
And
I
I do
see,
think
yes.
we need a plan for how to address that in a way that addresses all the many concerns that have been brought up. And, if not through grants, which seems less plausible, just, another concept of long-term planning.
So should we put them up by your corner of the table?
Yeah, that'd be great.
And then whatever 8 you vote for, they just automatically happen? Is that right? We just
Nope.
get them?
Yes, they automatically happen. We wait very long.
That's it.
What's the difference between keeping up with road, sidewalk, bike infrastructure, and bonding for DPW?
That's the DPW,
Oh, yeah,
their big
Their
building.
facility.
Because it's 15 mil.
They need that for just.
It's just
It's
fine.
outdated,
Yeah,
it's
it's
falling
not
apart.
That's the one on Fairgrounds Road, right?
Yeah,
Like their vehicles don't fit in it and all sorts of stuff.
yeah.
Which means,
There's a lot there.
Yeah, so stuff's in the rain instead of indoors.
so it has an economic impact.
All this stuff, I mean, the pool does too.
It's identified as a need by the department, and it's just identified as we don't know how to.
For the pool?
Yeah.
Do we, are we, the interest rate on a bond, if we were to like build a new one, would we be saving or spending more money paying the interest on that? Paying off the loan and then paying, versus the water that we're losing,
Oh,
which is cheaper?
It would be hundreds of thousands a year in debt service, I would think, for like a $6
Yeah.
million pool. And I can't imagine
yeah,
we're losing hundreds of thousands of dollars in water. I guess it's possible, but.
I don't think so, I think that would
Yeah,
have
because I
been
mean,
brought
who
up.
needs water?
Yeah.
I think it's more so the chlorination process, like there is a cost, there's a cost component for treating that water as you're coming in, because the pool's like a 300 gallon pool, 300, and we're using over 1 million. Though that said, what Carol said to me was expected of loss was like 400,000, so it is important to know that the net of that is like 600,000, the net isn't 1 million. But no, I do not think that the water cost is equivalent to what the debt service cost would be.
So we don't really need a pool.
Well, we do need a new pool because there's structural issues with it, and because it limits us in certain ways, we can't do the USDA competitions anymore because.
Putting in a new pool, there's like potential revenue that could come with it as well, that would help offset.
We don't need it right now.
Revenue from the competition.
Yeah, people coming in, more of an aquatic center, if you've spent any longer than 2 minutes with Melanie Wolf, she would have explained this all to you in great detail. Because it's like one of her kind of a passion projects, to try to put in an aquatic center.
And for the record, I don't think Oscar writing that is like, we're gonna do it right now, but Oscar's saying we need a plan for this.
Yeah, we need to acknowledge
It's
it.
one of the big questions of like, when are we gonna deal with this impending issue? And do we have a game plan? Right now, we don't have a clear game plan, so this would ideally support forming that.
Okay.
Or, instruct that we want people to dedicate their time and thus their salary to figuring that out.
I think we do need to find like 53.
You want these?
Yes, please. Thank you.
I'm writing the whole thing right now because I want to see them in one space and then I
Oh,
want to
yeah,
sit down and
yeah.
write them.
Looks good. The thing, it doesn't,
There's a lot of like
Yeah, it doesn't
overlap
mesh as
or
density.
things that I feel like are.
that's the,
I'm trying to say.
piece of it. It's like,
So I just feel like not all of these need to be individual points that are at the expense of each other.
Yeah, I don't know, I was talking with Carrie and she was like, I guess I'd said a few things, and she's like, you're like the wordsmith, because I had said, like, you can't use the word gentrification anymore, that word. So, so that was just literally like spent, this morning, like, spent about, just trying to wordsmith some of that out.
yeah, lots of that
Yeah.
So, yeah, how do you get ahead of that?
I mean, I wrote down a few things in here. That was just the one I settled on.
Yeah.
That I was gonna, I forgot, but I mean, equitable urban renewal, felt a little too clunky. Community centered
Yeah.
development is easy.
Yeah.
Sustainable reinvestment, community reinvestment.
Yeah.
So I mean, I could think about this thing 7 ways to Sunday, but that's just the down and dirty.
Yep.
Are we ready? Oh no, I just read them, but I haven't needed them yet. That's awesome.
You like a basketball
Was it
hoop or
an
what?
open class or was it age group? Oh, you were fifth in the open.
I'm going in the bathroom and touch people.
Great.
Apparently, apparently something, I don't know.
Yeah.
All those like consent signs in all the bathroom stalls or something.
Well, they did a lot of,
Those are the Seven
New
Sisters.
American training.
No, I was hoping that was a
Oh,
that's a
that's
thing.
Yeah, that's some blood, that comes with blood loss, that one.
Maybe.
Yeah.
And it's like,
I feel like don't touch me while I poop is maybe like. Was there a sign with that?
If you have,
What's on the back of the door?
yeah, it's like.
What does don't touch people without consent in the bathroom?
Yeah, but you know what, on college campuses that I've been on, they all.
Yeah, of course they do, yeah, that makes sense, yeah. So, I especially, yeah, in the old gender bathroom, I guess. And
My friend Julianne said that's one of the most lonely races she's ever been in. You don't see your,
I ran a bunch of people,
you did,
but yeah, I say I'm strong.
Yeah.
But the cool thing is that I run on those trails all the time, but never all of them in one day. It's like you go, you see the whole park.
I know,
Yeah.
Jessica,
It's like the largest.
snacks. Didn't you hear her? What is that? That's caught Jessica's taking all the snacks.
Can we amend some of these? Nope. No, this is my point, like bonding for DPW and pool shouldn't be separate. Because
They might have to be.
Well, I don't mean like separate, okay, you're right, I'm not understanding like the comprehension. Because to me, it's like that's, if you care about one, you probably care about both. But you are, but it's
The
staff
idea is
time.
like,
Okay.
yeah,
Thank you.
when he was talking about it, is to really focus and come up with a plan.
Yeah, because it's still jobs that have to happen. Okay, thank you.
I've been up here a little bit.
Did you used to take the subway a lot?
Oh, yeah. It's the way you got around. Took it, where I lived, took the bus to the subway. That's a beautiful place.
Yeah,
So,
I've only
do you miss-
just
do you
been
miss-
over
I was
on
10, 11 years old, and I was doing that.
Do you miss, wow, by yourself?
there.
Do
I
you
mean,
miss,
do you
do you
go,
miss
does it
it?
connect all the way to Madame Cherie's?
A little
Is it
bit.
also
My
there?
most favorite part about going down to New York to visit people is leaving.
Yeah, there is.
I lived there for a while. I lived in Washington Heights.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be the.
That's, that was an area that was when I was going there years ago.
Connects up to.
There was a time when
Yeah, there was a time.
my building, I heard some stories about.
It was, rough neighborhood.
Oh, no, there's not a place you can go across, directly across the road. Daniels Mountain and then Madame Cherie is next to Daniels, so.
Okay.
So, but there's this, and then Wetaskian, so it's like this big chain of conservation land all through there. Amazing trails. That's where the trail that goes from Brattleboro to Monadnock runs through that whole chain.
I once did
You
that.
did that, yeah.
Yeah.
Can I have a question for the
You ran
group?
to Mount Monadnock?
Sure. Well,
Oh,
for
yeah.
example,
And then I got those.
things, yeah, well, just things that we don't vote on here, it doesn't mean they can't happen. Like, to me, you know, I think it would be nice to offer the finance committee to come to the board. That is a very simple instruction
It was a little
that
gnarly.
would be easy to.
I think that's probably between
You
Yeah.
guys and the town manager.
Yeah, well, that's the access agreement that they're talking about running, right? But it's not, no, but if
Yeah.
I value.
Doesn't mean you don't care about the things.
Yes, exactly.
We're trying
And
to pick
also,
a
it's
couple off the
it's
top,
just
that's
putting
all.
them, it's just putting them on the agenda. So it's not a hard thing to achieve, it doesn't need to be a priority.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
And we're picking a couple things at the top of the list as a group consensus-y exercise.
There's so many things.
Go on actually the trails.
And then I'm Keen.
Except that there's a couple of washouts, I guess, between.
We're talking trail running. Do you need us?
So, no, are we ready? I'm just listening to the.
No, Nell's slow.
We're
You're
getting
running.
recorded.
Oh, Nell's still.
Nell is slow.
Okay.
Nell is slowing you all down.
John, have you ever run north of Keene?
Okay, great.
No, yeah. Is it a good trail?
It's kind of nice. You get to Westmoreland, there's like a part that's a little like rough, but.
Yeah.
That's pretty nice.
You mean, so you come out that trail that,
You can actually take the trail that goes by like, what's that farm there? I used to take my kids there all the time, Stonewall Farm.
oh yeah,
If you get on the trail there and you go north, it goes out past, kind of out past the landfill in Keene and then along 12.
oh, cool,
Kind
yeah.
of crosses under, there's some like ice climbing that happens in that little area there.
Ice climbing?
Yes.
With ice
yeah.
picks and
Yeah, yeah, they kind of practice. It's not like it's a steep cliff.
Do you find it all on all trails? How do you find out about all these trails?
I don't know if it's on all trails. I would think it is. I mean, it's the rail trail.
Okay.
There's a big trails map of the Keene area, Keene Monadnock area, that you can get at like one of those bike shops over there in Keene. Not that I would ever buy a bike there. In fact, I never would do
Peter, do you
that.
carry them?
I happen to know they sell them there.
Peter, do you?
True story.
Do you carry them?
What's that?
The maps? You
Yeah,
said?
yeah, we have we don't have the Keene map, but we have, what do we have? The map John's talking about. We have Pitt.
Just good.
Is she making that noise?
Yes.
So, do you have the Pisco trail? map?
We have the Pisgah, all the West River Trail maps, Retreat Farm. Horse Hill over in Dover, so we try to carry as many of those maps and hand them out, and we hand them out a lot,
Yeah, for sure.
so.
When is the Guilford Gravel Grinder this year? Did you go to?
Hey, did they cancel that one, or am I thinking about last year?
They did it 4th of July last year. Made a lot of people mad.
They moved it, or they
They
canceled it?
moved it to the 4th of July weekend.
Did they really?
Yeah,
I
it
thought
goes
they
right
just
by
canceled
our,
it.
it goes right by our farm.
Yeah?
Yeah, I see the Peloton come around the curve there, Heinsberg Road. It's pretty awesome. And then they,
Huh. That's come up, go over Bonnievale and come down Route 30, come up past your farm.
yep, they
climb all the way
go
to
up
the
Ames
south
Hill. Yep. That's a grind.
Barrows Road, kind of across there.
You're doing your Thursday night rides?
Yeah, we're gonna start them today, but I had an engagement.
Where'd you ride on Thursday night?
It changes all the time, depending on what we do. Sometimes we'll just do like a road ride, sometimes mostly we do gravel, because that seems to be what most people wanna do. Road is definitely a different animal, as mountain biking.
Do you ever run into the West Hill group? And then do you go, is it like the Sharks and the Jets?
Yeah, we ran into them once we were climbing up, they were coming down, and they were all out of control.
Oh, no, we're watching.
Do Barb and Tim also, do you coordinate with them on those rides, or do they?
This is all being
Are they still
recorded, isn't
open?
it?
It
Barb
is
and
being
Tim's
recorded.
shop?
Well, I have to it needs to be,
No, I mean,
integrity.
video. Oh, for the
Oh, you're
video.
talking
Kind of
Brattleboro Community Television is doing all of our small talk.
That's just how it goes. I don't know.
We're finishing up.
Yeah. Or are you doing something over there? Are you the one holding this whole thing up there?
Yeah, I am.
Singing over your index cards?
How I think.
July
Thank
5th,
you.
2026.
Oh yeah, look at that. It's good that they moved it. The last time I did it, was like, it started out in the snow. Guilford Gravel Grinder. It used to be in May, right?
It was in May, and they changed it to the July 4th weekend, and
Do you
actually,
think
we as the town of
housing doesn't end
Brattleboro
up on
should
this
really
list?
get
Is
in
it
touch
going
with
to
them,
result in a
because
reduction of the amount? Okay.
I
it's,
feel like,
I don't know what kind of, like, if they even realize they go through Brattleboro.
I mean, it's a good ride, it's a good race.
It starts at, what's his name's, Sunrise Farm.
Sorry.
Are you sure?
I am sure now. Thank you, Oscar.
Because
Is she sure
yeah.
she's sorry, or?
No, you're right.
you could take one
There
more
is
time.
none. They did cancel it.
They did?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought they did.
And everyone did 8 for their top pick and 1 for their bottom pick, right?
Did. Well,
No,
that's what I'm
actually,
assuming. Yes.
Joking. Joking, yeah.
Okay, quick math.
Double check it.
Do you do
Hanging
races?
Chad,
Do
what's
you
it?
participate in any races?
Do I?
Yeah.
Just bike stuff now, you know, running for me has just become this,
No, but bike races, you will. You'll
Yeah.
do a few in the.
yeah, I'm trying to still put together, running into a little insurance hiccup, but trying to put together a little, kind of a relay mountain bike race in August.
Oh, cool.
And I want to tie it into a gravel race too for the next day, but I'm just crushing it. I had everything.
For hosting, or Burroughs to host it, not for you just to be in.
Yeah, it would be a race that we would do as part of like a bike town event. So, kind of do that, but I may have to pivot, unfortunately. I'd like to try to still at least pull the mountain bike.
Wood trails all over Brattleboro? Like South Street? For the mountain bike portion?
Mountain bike, do it, looking at the Viking villages, so I can kind of keep it all on one plot of land. That's all private.
He has mountain bike trails there.
He does not, but he does have trails there that could very easily be marked for mountain bike trails.
Mm-hmm.
But I took a ride in the fall, and to start to get to the trails, it's like a steady 18% grade.
All right.
Got it?
Are we
Okay,
ready?
here we go. Now you got back just in time.
Okay, so the top ranks with 22 is about the budget. My notes here are a little. Create a budget that does not exceed inflation this year, or whatever version we landed on.
I specifically voted for that one because I thought Oscar accepted it to be 4%.
That's fine with me. Friendly amendment.
Okay.
The voting's done now, there's no.
I have
there's no
4%
do-overs
and
here.
Oscar said 4%. If we were to look at this film, once it's
I
published.
trust you. There was some
Just look at
response.
my notes based on what was there, so whatever.
Are you okay with 4%? I mean, we can.
It's too late now. It's number one, 22.
Feel bad.
Well, no, we should,
Yeah, we-
does it change your vote if that's the case?
No, that's fine. Could we say between 3% and 4%?
Because we're gonna vote again, right, between all of these?
I don't know that we need to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because the ranking should take care of it.
Yeah, I mean, the rankings kind of, the tops,
Gotcha.
the top.
Are folks
So let's
okay
lay
with
it
that
on
one
this.
for 3 to 4%? As a target?
No opinion.
I'm committed to 4 because we know that the town will go lower if they can, and I'm sure 4 is already gonna be like hair pulling.
I think 4 will be very difficult
Yeah.
anyway, so
Okay.
I'm happy with 4.
Okay, that's fine.
And
Okay.
it's just a target.
Okay. Tied for second were the economic development and vitality and the revenue generation. So they each had 20 votes. The third ranked was the stormwater utility with 19 votes. Fourth was the road, the transportation infrastructure, road, sidewalk. So that was address or focus on keeping up with road, sidewalk, bike infrastructure.
So just to be clear, we're taking the top 5, even though one of them finished at the same slot, yes?
Well, that's 5 right there.
Right.
Because there's 2, economic development and revenue generation
Right,
are
we're
tied,
tied.
so those are 2, we're 2 separate.
That makes sense to me.
What's 6?
6 is improve the financial management capacity with 14 votes. So the fourth one had 17 votes, then there was a break, the next one was 14.
And, okay, I wonder, would you be willing to combine ours? Or do you want to keep them separate?
I don't,
The revenue generation
Here's my answer.
and economic development and vitality? I feel like they're very.
They're very, very close, but they do sort of speak a little bit to strategy versus implementation a little bit, like sort of, like I think when it gets to a revenue thing. So yeah, I think probably. Maybe
I voted for one and not the other because I thought they were close enough, and I was trying to get a variety of topics
So
in.
then let's keep them separate. That's what we thought we were voting for. Let's keep-
No, I'm saying I voted for one because in my mind, they were close enough that
Which one did you
addressing
vote
one
for?
would address, I voted for revenue.
Okay.
Because Next Gen already has significant staff capacity on it. And us.
You're looking at the stuff.
I would say, but if I have to do a stormwater utility, I might not be able to do
Okay.
everything on that.
Okay.
So.
I would say keep them separate because people might have voted differently.
Okay, and I think the implementation, because improved financial management capacity was just make sure we like aggressively pursue hiring a finance director and
give the finance committee an offering to come to board meetings, which is really easy to do. We don't need it as a priority. Like the implementation of those two things to me can be very
Again,
easily
things that don't
done.
make the top 5, we're still gonna do, many of them. I think of this as much more of like a brainstorming, coming up with a shared vision process than us nailing down our next 12 months.
So all I'm hearing is we don't want to keep kids safe.
That's right.
Okay. Good.
And we don't want
Do you want me to write these out so you can all see them? Do you want me to?
And it'll be in the memo.
Yeah.
the points will be in the memo.
I think just to reiterate, like what would be helpful for me is if there can be like under each of these, and it doesn't have to be in next meeting, but sometime in May or June to be able to see, based on our conversation here and what you might have to add, what you, kind of the bullet points underneath here, what you write up on those notes would be great to see, but just so that we have a shared sense of what this actually means and that we're adopting together.
So it's described a little more than just a 3-word bullet point, basically.
Yeah.
I think that makes sense. Ranked choice voting, it's always fun.
It's interesting. I do, and I mean, I'm not being sorry, I mean, I always find it sort of just an interesting way of sort of kind of unpacking what each vote has its own like priority level, you know, so it's, so we didn't get to 22 by all of us voting at top, so, right?
No, but y'all placed a vote on that one.
Right.
That was the only one where you.
Well, I mean, but that's the interesting
Some-
thing, and it only gets to be number one because another one's ranked it high enough, so we know it's of importance.
Which did we all vote on?
The budget, not to exceed 3 to 4%. Yeah, you all had a vote on that one. In the interest of time, are you ready to move on to budget development conversation?
I am.
Yeah. John, do you want to lead that?
I can, okay, so we're not gonna, okay.
Oh, did I skip something?
No,
I
I
think
just,
he-
what would success look like in February 2027, but I mean,
Oh, I think that's worth talking about.
It is, but we're under an hour left, so I'm a little worried.
We can talk fast.
Okay, yeah. So on the budget, what would success, I think that one's probably pretty clear, but what does that look like?
Property tax increase in that,
No more than that, no.
yeah, that would clearly be success.
I'd say without, while also contributing to the building of our reserves.
Well, right.
I mean, if we fund that by dipping into our reserves, to me, that doesn't.
The impression that I got from this idea was that that's the focus on the outset, and then we have that.
To me, success like this looks like, even if it does not stay at the number, having a comprehensive understanding of the impact of like basically contentious items in terms of like, maybe it's a big budget item, maybe it's a collection of littles. There is enough time, this is like due diligence on us as board members to say, to understand where you're putting the number. Like if you're advising it to be lower, to know and be able to share what that's gonna mean to both the town and the people who live there. And if you are not going to meet your target, to advise why, because of the impact to the town and the people who live there. To me, that's the gist of what
that's well
people
said.
have been upset
Well said.
about.
and so February, this is gonna be the select board's approved budget. That's where we'll be at that stage. So it's really, it's creating a goal for all of you.
To me,
No outlets
success
there, so.
would be, in addition to that, even just the budget with a lower increase than what we had this year.
That would also be good.
It would be something.
Yes.
If you can feel easy, like I can really understand and justify why it's 6.
I suspect the goalposts may end up moving over the year. I'd rather not move them yet, but there will be
Nell's
reality.
personal success
Yes.
conceptualizations.
That doesn't sound like me.
That sounds like a different goal than what I see up there. And I think the point is that we're looking to try to have the increases in taxes be closer to what inflation is. Yeah.
So you run this one?
I think I
Okay.
got it.
Revenue generation? What does that look like?
For C, I had also said like simultaneously working towards increasing our reserves. Is that, did folks not?
I don't know that that was captured in it when we voted on it.
I'm saying isn't this discussion about what success looks like, fleshing it out more than what we'd had?
We found the 5. Let's make sure we all kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm suggesting is that not be compensated by
I don't want it to be achieved by drawing down the reserves. If we kept it to 3 or 4% and we did not increase our reserves, I would probably consider that a success. So when you say increasing our reserves, that's the only reason I was.
We used to have use of reserves in the budget, but the past couple of, we've taken that out. We don't use that as a revenue source anymore.
Right.
So we wouldn't do that. That wouldn't be in our plan.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking back to a year ago when we said we were going to work towards restoring the reserve level to be 10% of our annual budget. And yes.
I think people want to see a plan, and so if you're saying the plan, here's the logic as to why there is not a contribution this year because we are responding to feedback of people really frustrated about higher tax increases. I do think a lot of what people are asking for is acknowledgement, and you can say, and here's, working with that logic. If we're working with the logic of aiming for lower increases, here's how freaking long it's going to take. Which is infinite.
I really appreciated that, John, you had included in the budget, I think it was like $10,000 or something like that, which is really, I mean, to me, that's symbolic more than anything else because it's far lower than what we'd actually need to reach that target of 10 or 15 years or whatever. But at least it keeps that line in there and it keeps that on our radar. So to me,
Is there agreement that it's without decreasing the reserves?
Yes.
Certainly, yes, on that, yeah.
Okay. Thanks for helping us find consensus.
Okay, so then revenue generation.
What does success?
What does success look like?
Some at least a couple comprehensive assessments of potential for developing town properties. Like an analysis of the Great List, and if there's, 2 that pose some kind of valuable development or sales opportunity, I feel like that would be exciting.
So that's there?
I mean, that's a very specific one. I think it's
Yeah,
sort of
but
like
I mean,
a portfolio, which is, I mean, if the thing we just poked out a little bit was potentially developing a model or exploring a model. I guess it starts with exploring to charge fees on multi-axle trucks going down our main street. How the heck to do that? That would take a lot of resources to figure it out, but at least spending a little time exploring revenue streams that are outside of our tax base.
I will tell you.
And welcome businesses to come here that would sell products that you could charge local option tax on.
I will say if we saw like a for real qualitative jump in the rooms and meals or the sales tax that we felt we could attribute to everything's better now and people are coming here and shopping, that would be one thing, or where I would say, okay, yeah, we had a 5% or more increase in one of those two taxes. Or if we had some new for real revenue source of 50,000 or more, I would say, okay, we've really increased revenue. We started up whatever it was, municipal Wi-Fi, and it's bringing in 50K a year. That would be a success.
So exploring models for revenue generation and also the ongoing networking with BDCC, like if we had a couple more lodging establishments that supported our art scene that brought in that many more visitors and rooms and meals tax and so yeah.
Since we're talking about local options task, is there anything, I know this might be too much in one hat, but the state lobbying that was brought up?
If we saw the percentage change north of 75%, I would consider that, I mean, that's more of a lobbying success, but that would totally be a revenue success.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was that?
If we saw, if the state changed their local option percentage from 75 to something higher.
80 is what's considered right now, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Some of the simpler things that, we can look at are things that we're already, are already doing. Like we get, how much of the 1%?
Right now we get 75%, but there's a lobby to make it 80% in the State House right now.
Yeah, so I mean, those are things that we can do that are kind of a quicker, you hope, a more immediate effect. But there's some wild card things. But like on my list of things that I had that I thought could be implemented from I don't even know how old this document is. It's not dated, but was like a municipal Wi-Fi, and did the little preliminary kind of investigating as to what that would take, and talk to DB Fiber about what that might involve, and there is a bit of a potential there to raise not a lot of money, and as far as what the investment in that would have to look like, I haven't dug down that deep, but that is something, if we are trying to affect some change within this budget year, I think is, implement something. So there's a few things on there, and what's the easiest thing, I'm not done with the gas tax yet. I'll bring that back up, but that's not gonna be anything that we're gonna see in the next year or two, but.
I think I got enough on this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also with it, but like an examination, so say for example, it's just looking like we make $16,000 or something on dog licenses, like that's pretty small compared. I'd love to see the revenue we're bringing in compared to the current staff time and expense of generating them and processing them, because that comes up a lot at select boards, like, do you really want to do it? Is this just gonna cost more money? And so just an examination of what that cost benefit analysis is. And if our fees are relevant, or if, we need to stay current with fees that are appropriate to the expense it is to get them done.
Just to be timekeeper, we have 36 minutes left.
Have we ever considered
All right.
like cat
Economic-
licenses?
Economic development.
Okay.
What is success look like for that?
This might be a better spot for my increased rooms and meals or local option sales tax revenue. Like that's something you could look at and say, this year, this number is up because we have successfully economically developed.
Because we've gotten more
We've
people
got more
on our main
businesses
street
or more
doing
people shopping, yeah.
more special events.
I would move that down there.
Yeah.
Obviously they're related.
Yeah, I mean, what's success?
If Sam's rented, I would look back in February and
A
say.
new hotel?
Totally.
We need a new hotel in Brattleboro.
That won't happen by February, but
That won't happen by
we
February.
could take steps.
I think reports from Next Gen and ongoing work on Next Gen, because it's a focused, it's a multi-area framework that's happening and seeing actionable results, and it's networking. What it's really doing is networking a lot of people that are already doing the work, but also expanding that. And getting us in a better, sort of more fluent relationship with our major economic development organization in our region that we really hadn't really been as connected for a long time. So seeing the results of that.
You know, one of the potentials with the next gen is just having that alignment and like creating some sort of structure where there's accountability and communication.
Yeah, envisioning. I'd also like to, I think tagging on that, an actionable result would be a change in Brattleboro's narrative among its citizens, among its businesses, among people visiting, like really more how much dedication, love, and participation people are having in our community versus what's wrong with it.
Yes, that would certainly be success.
Right?
Right.
Go ahead.
I was thinking one thing would be having a plan for sustainability for the economic initiative that would not depend, I mean, bringing together the Chamber of Commerce, BDCC, DBA, having a plan so that someone to maybe be like a number two to you, so that if and when your schedule becomes, this is not something you can manage anymore, that it could be ideally managed by someone within those 3 units, so that you kind of are the catalyst, but that it could be self-sustaining beyond, without requiring the town's managers' time moving, you know, by the end of this 12 months, I'd love to see it being able to be passed, that baton to be able to be passed.
And also just not dropped.
Yeah.
That simple thing, just that it keeps going, and that it's not like somebody being like, why are we wasting our time? And like, no, it keeps going, we're gonna stay the course. It's a multi.
Yeah, the other things I thought about were just the engagement of the planning commission with that. You know, their buy-in and
They already are. They've been working on the town plan.
Okay.
Yeah, that's.
Do you mean
priority
engagement
number
about
one?
next gen? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, there being
Yeah.
some,
Yeah, you mean planning.
you know, and then having, you know, in the reporting, having some measurable time-bound objectives communicated to the public. I know there's some big long-term objectives in terms of the number of, you know, people being able to have like, here's our baseline, this is how many, this is where we're at right now, this is where we want to be within 1 year, 3 years, you know, that kind of thing, 6 months, 3.
Branding, does it need branding? Would we feel more official if it had a brand?
I think we might be getting
Yeah,
a
we're
little
getting
into
a
the
little
weeds
specific.
You said
here.
like, what's measurable, that can be very simple. We
Yeah,
all
and-
wear stickers, my favorite thing.
Well, and I should just, for overall expectations, like, this is great because it gives us things to work towards, but we don't have the capacity to do all of this stuff, so we'll have to do the best we can on a lot of it.
I think if some of these things happened in one of these categories, we'd be like, oh man, we made real progress.
Okay, the next is the stormwater utility. So what would you want to see by February?
Well, I don't want to, nothing that, yes.
Oh, I'd like to see a budget and bids for that, the consultant that you, just to see what the numbers are, how much would it actually cost.
Are you talking about, when you say
To-
budget, is it
like
for a
put out-
consultant budget?
To
or-
put out an RFP for the consultant and auxiliary and next steps.
Does that budget include what it would cost us to do this thing?
I mean, I think it would be, yeah, it'd be nice to know that.
I will say I have homework of my own I have to do first before I like say that I definitely want all of this to happen. So I'm like 2/3 of the way through all that homework and it seems interesting, but
This one probably will lag a bit on the others, so I think there's time for you to figure that out.
So once Oscar has done his homework and there's a feeling amongst the board that we would like to direct staff to spend time on this, I feel like success would be a clear budget, not just for the implementation, but a plan with some kind of projections such that we can feel confident that we're saying we think this is a good choice for the town, or we change our minds and say it isn't.
Yeah, if we decide to move forward and in February we said, okay,
The
yeah,
basis for
What I'm
an
hearing-
informed choice.
What I'm hearing is
Yes.
do the work to have this part of the budget for FY '28.
If possible, but if
Like that's the conversation is, do you plan for this for a
Yeah.
$50,000 consultant or not? Because it will have to
I think
be,
that's,
it will have to be general fund that pays for this
Yeah.
initial.
I think that's a good way to
Yep.
sum it up.
Okay, and then the last one, if there's nothing else, is the roads, infrastructure, sidewalks.
I have no idea, other than get buy-in from the community that we should spend more on it, and then spend more on it. But
Well, I would assume that DPW has, if you compare, lots of people cite the 2023 study that was done. I assume DPW has like a urgency coming up next would be nice, some sort of that kind of classification. I think an assessment from them of where's the most urgency if we're working within like the parameters of what people have been talking about, which was essentially 800K yearly on roads,
yeah,
what that translates into. And then, I think there's also kind of further discussion. I had asked John at one point about like bids versus in-house DPW work, and your response had been, we would need more line, like you can do it cheaper in-house, but you would need more line people, right? And so for the board to be able to have an informed position to make like a comparison of those costs, right? Like what's worth what.
Yep.
But I think it starts with, if we're all saying we're behind, show us the culprits.
To start, I'd like to restore the money for sidewalk maintenance that was reduced from the last budget.
The 200K, you'd like to restore that into FY28 or FY27?
For 28, we already.
Yeah, well,
did.
that's what I was just trying to check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how we got to 4% last time, was taking the sidewalks out, so that'll be tricky.
Solo bikes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think to Nell's point, yeah, if in February we felt that we had all the information we needed on the options and had made an informed choice for the FY28 budget, that's all the success I'm really hoping for at this point. So if that means a little more info from DPW about like the choice, could we save money if we had another person and they were doing it in-house? Things like that. And if that number that gets thrown around all the time is really something we should be relying on still from the 23 study.
Okay, yeah, so updating that. Okay.
Yeah. Which I think.
And the answer might just be yes, that's still the best number we have, and that would be
It's the
fine.
best number we have, but it's changed due to fuel costs and the Middle East, so
Right.
it's now worse.
Great.
All right. Thanks everybody on this part.
Yeah, that's very helpful.
That is helpful.
Yep.
Thanks for bringing us back there. Okay, so let's do 15 on budget and 15 on process improvements.
Yep, and we've talked a lot about budget, so we can, I don't know how much more you want to cover, but generally, we were, your priority going for 3 or 4% is going to change our approach on budget. I was going to start, we've already started with building the capital budget. Going to have to back off of that now because that's going to be the outlet to get to 3 to 4%, unfortunately, I think. So we're going to have to rethink that. But generally, we'll have departments starting to look at projected personnel numbers in, July, August timeframe. With this goal, they're gonna have to do more in-depth looking at service reductions, which means like you can't just you have to cut a service around a reduction in personnel. And depending on the union contract, we have to think about like last people in are typically the ones that would have to be riffed. So we'd want to try not to create too much disruption and bumping within certain departments in order to reduce the personnel. But
Are there other options like incentivizing retirement for some of our employees that are kind of almost at that age that we could budget or examine budgeting for?
yeah, that's possible. We could get some savings for a program like that. In fact, we're negotiating a piece like that in one of the union contracts right now, so that may be helpful, but it remains to be seen whether that ends up.
Will pan out.
Yeah. So,
And if there's active turnover or a vacancy, I'm assuming that first in, last out, a vacancy would take priority over somebody who's actually.
Yep. Yeah, and we look at every vacancy and look for opportunities there. So, but that's not budgeting. That's reaction. So in the fiscal year. So, but we can, if we want to. But yeah. So, anyways, we'll have to do a more in-depth dive on services, and that's probably going to require some meetings with you to understand your expectations about where you want to take the political hits, because that's where it will be. Some constituency is going to be displeased with this approach, so it would be great to know before we bring you a budget, like where are those, like if you don't want to lose sidewalks, because sidewalks are the most important thing you think politically, then it would be really helpful to know that before we bring you a budget. But if it's like closing the West Brattleboro fire station is the only way we're going to get to 3 to 4%, then like it would be helpful to know from you in the fall, like, yeah, keep going on that. That looks like the way we're going to make this. So we'll have to have a few meetings in the budget process, I think, to check in with the select board on these issues, really tough issues. So then we would be really waiting for our final numbers on health insurance. As you know, that's going to be a make or break on this budget development process. It's going to be a big one. We kind of made a huge move last year that saved us a ton of money, which is great, but that's not, I highly doubt that opportunity will be available to us this year. In fact, it may be, still very high health insurance rate. Then we'll have to make estimates on some of the other things that we don't hear about till January, February, like risk. But we'll have to be pretty conservative in the budget, the draft budget for that. What am I missing? So then we will try to bring a draft budget to you to start working off of in November. First meeting in November has been the soonest we've been able to incorporate health, and even that was a challenge last year because of our changes. But we'll still target for that first November select board meeting. And that's typically just been this is what we came up with, answer initial questions, and then we'll go into a process from there. What we did last year was move into department by department examinations. I probably would do that again unless I heard from you, you wanted something different. And yeah, and then we would get into your deliberations in like December, January, and our town meeting next year will be sooner than it has been in the past. So we may, in order to get everything done, we may be looking at early January, hoping for a select board approved budget, but we'll have to look at that, and we may have a little bit of play depending on how we do all that. So that's sort of my mental map of the FY28 budget process. Yeah, any questions on that, or thoughts, or things we should do different?
Just slightly, how do you feel about getting the roadmap to having a finalized budget, considering town meeting's gonna be earlier than it's ever been in Brattleboro?
Yeah.
The Sunday before town meeting day.
Be
So
in
that's February. Yeah, how does that,
Yeah,
any adjustments or just?
yep, I think we'll have to, get stuff done a little bit sooner. So it tightens that window between early November, when we get the big number on health, and when you guys need to approve it to get it printed in time for town meeting.
I'm curious, when you said
so much fun you'll wanna run
the
again.
capital plan, you'll have to pull back on it. The work you had been doing, what I guess percentage increase, what were the parameters you were working with prior to this?
No, right now, we were just,
Like assessing need and working from there?
Yeah.
And then that would bring you to the number?
yep, and then we would do an internal process of, okay, prioritize these things, like what can we do without, kind of like we did last year, where we ended up bringing you in November. I mean, really in order to have continuity of services last year, I think it would have been around an 11 or 12% increase, but we brought it down to 4.4 as an internal process to save you that headache. But, of course, it leads to other headaches, and some people want stuff put back in, and,
So is there a list, or when you say internal processes, like the projects that get whittled away through the internal process initially, where are those kept track of? Because they're still...
in department plans, yep.
Okay. That's good.
Yeah, a couple questions. Peter may have an opinion, but things for the board. How do we feel about the listening sessions we did last year? I feel sort of medium about them. But that's something, and we can decide this later, but that's something we should think about. Last time we did one before and one, I think, after we saw the draft budget. Yeah.
I'll tell you how I feel about them. I think that we gave them due diligence appropriately for the budget redevelopment and then at the beginning of this budget season. But I think that we could really promote it on the town website, and that we're starting budget meetings at Selectboard for the community to tune in. I really don't think we need to.
Instead of the listening sessions.
Instead of the listening sessions, instead of the fair, I think we could just blast out, pay attention, now's the time. And we as a select board are diverse enough in our networks that I think we can, it'll save time, it'll save money, it'll allow us more energy towards devoting, concentrating that in our meetings. That's my take.
This is a more like what's it called, an elective for the select board than it is a formal budget process. But would anybody else be interested in doing door knocking and saying, hello, I'm your select board member? What are your concerns about the budget? Here's my email, here's da-da-da. It's not a problem for...
I can't door knock the whole town during
I didn't
budget
say the
season.
whole town, I'm just saying the listening sessions are good for public feedback and also tend to turn up the same people.
Yeah.
And when we get into the arguments of, well, folks, or people get really mad because they're like, I didn't know that my recycling could have been canceled.
whose responsibility does it fall on if not us?
I think it's a really innovative idea.
So
We could do
if anyone wants to
in
join our
pairs.
team-
We could do it in
I'd
pairs.
go with folks, and I think the thing to do would be to hit different neighborhoods. So, you know, one evening you go to one weekend you go to another neighborhood, just to kind of get a sampling. And I did a few listening sessions with different locations, and it was in the process of the budget development. And I found that really useful because I'd say, well, this is the thing that we're considering tonight. What do you think? Do you think that we should have the finance? And the one that really, I think partly why we have a finance director position in this budget is partly because there was a group of people that had the furthest right people and the furthest left people who show up, who all were saying, yeah, you should put that. There was consensus in that room. And I wouldn't have known that if I hadn't had that conversation. So, but it didn't require necessarily a formal us sitting behind a table.
We could also utilize our district chairs.
It sounds like, yeah,
And
we'll
get
keep it on
maybe
something
something
that
that-
happens on your own.
And have the district,
Okay.
the
So
district
Peter,
chairs
we're
pull
talking
it
about
together.
maybe not doing the 2 library listening sessions that we did last year, and I guess replacing it with personal outreach.
I said that I thought there would be value in trying to reach out to constituents who don't know to come to the listening sessions, because there's a lot of turnover, and those folks know us enough to make themselves known. And I asked if anyone would want to go door knocking with me.
And I liked Amanda's idea of just really promoting that, hey, we're starting the budgeting process. Come.
And that wasn't even me saying I don't like listening sessions. I just think that's an important thing to do.
I think
That I
listening
feel
sessions are fine. I think a listening session opens it up and says, hey, we're here to listen. The aggravating thing about listening sessions is they're listening sessions. So when you don't respond back to somebody because you are actively listening, it's irritating. So this is an interesting kind of a way to sort of approach that. There's a little bit more give and take,
And I had
a little bit more, a little bit more personal interaction. I love people, so
I think, Oscar, do
hear
you
them all
have
the time.
some other?
And I said we kind of tried this we did it during budget redevelopment, then we did it during budget development this year. It's a model we tried, the listening sessions at the library. But like you're saying, for all
Yeah,
the
it
reasons
was-
you're
I
saying, it
think-
was,
And I think one-on-one, and this has always been the case with me in downtown, when people just walk into the shop and tell me one-on-one how they feel, those same people will come to a select board meeting and not say a word. But one-on-one, I think you get more honest answers, and there's a little bit more of a safety thing baked in.
So just 2 quick things for budget process that we can just think about. We don't have to decide about now. I do think it would be a good idea to find a way to invite the advisory budget committee more into the process early. I think it'll bring them in, which is good. I think it'll get more points of view, which is good. And so I think we should think about that. And then also,
I agree on that.
okay. Department heads, I think we should think about, I don't have a suggestion here, but I'm not sure that the way we had them come to our meetings and exactly when in the year and when in the process that happened was, there might be a better way we could do that. I need to think about it.
We'll have to involve them in the discussions around service reductions. So I think maybe you can do it at that level, and then you don't have to. I mean, then if you're basically saying, don't do the West Brattleboro fire station anymore.
Why do you keep pointing at me when you say that?
Because you
Because
raised
I
it a
brought
couple
it up.
times, and you brought it up.
For the record, I do not want to close the West Brattleboro.
But as an example, like if that's the service reduction that you want, we can then incorporate that into a budget, and so,
So maybe that happens earlier in the year naturally.
That's what I'm saying.
Right. Okay, that was all I had.
Sorry.
Do you want
Yeah.
that, Elwood?
Well, a few things. One is having the consistent presentation of the department, if there's like a template that the departments could use for and it really tied to what's in the budget, what are the increases that are suggested, what are the options for decreasing, and as much as possible for it to be really in a way that's not, that's really about kind of helping us make a decision. that's really just the facts without it feeling like necessarily.
So like that template we used last year.
Yeah, the DPW template, for instance, was really helpful. I thought that their presentation was very much like, this is the amount, this is what we're looking at reducing in order to meet these. This is what we've taken out of the budget. That was helpful to me.
Fires was also totally comprehensive, and it was just like check, check, check. Something uniform like that where, yeah, it's a formatted kind of template would be very understandable. And also I think it would expedite the meetings.
Yeah, and Rec and Parks used that, and I think they all used that general format. They might have changed it a little bit.
I think more, yeah, I'm maybe more about like the format and the order of what's in it. I know they all use sort of the same slide template, but just like the information that's being presented.
Yeah, some of them went very fast and very efficiently. Some of them went slower and were more a little bit. So anything to keep us focused, because if we're gonna try to keep our meetings short, we gotta, yeah.
So 10 minutes left. I'm just mentioning.
So for another thing I have is for reviewing the 5-year and 25-year plans before we're looking at the
Budget.
to be able to help inform those conversations. I also want to point out that I think, John, your leadership around looking at like where there were opportunities to reduce in terms of the one department, I think there was a reduction, was the police department, in terms of there was a vacancy naturally with the chief's retirement. And I think that could have been a very tense, emotional discussion if it had been left up to the select board, but I think you managed it working with the department to help us have a modest reduction, but that is significant. So I think there's more of that sort of approach with the departments that could happen.
I have a question on, so would you all be, if we were to do that, like usually it's a time crunch thing, so like we won't, okay, never mind. No, I can figure it out. I'll figure it out. Yeah. I was gonna say, could we go start in the second meeting in November with the draft budget? That would give us a little more time to look at stuff beforehand, but I'll try to figure out another way.
Is there a cost difference on the town between having longer meetings versus multiple meetings in a week? In terms
Is
of
there a cost difference?
like, does it cost more to have a Tuesday and a Thursday meeting
Yes.
Versus
suck it up and stay late Tuesday?
Versus the
Versus
the better approach would be a shorter meeting on Tuesday
Yes.
and get it done. Having a second night costs us additional with BCTV. All of our staff coming out another night. You know, it's and sometimes there's conflicts.
Yeah.
So it's much better to just get it done on the Tuesday and not go too late.
Oh, in the past, wasn't it sometimes done that like the select board's gonna work on the budget on a Saturday and like, you know, instead of fitting it into a regular meeting?
You could do that just like
There
this.
Like this, yeah.
let's do that.
That could be way better. I don't know. That just came back to me, but
Being on Saturday.
yeah.
A retreat format type
Exactly,
of thing.
like this.
Multiple hours that you're committed to.
Yeah.
Be great.
I'm just gonna put it on Saturdays are particularly difficult for me.
Okay, I picked that at random.
They're
but-
bad for me too.
Well, like this is Thursday afternoon. Is that something like that work?
I mean, no, Thursday afternoons are never good for me.
Wednesday afternoon, something. Yeah.
I'm just being that guy to.
You're talking about like a longer budget.
Yeah, just a longer session or a couple of these spread out through, like, yeah, doing it at this way at this table.
I think that would be really, I find this kind of format really productive.
Would it be open to the public?
Yeah, but
All of your meetings.
It would have to be warned, it just wouldn't have to be in the same public participation format, but
Right.
it wouldn't take away from the public participation awarded at Tuesday meetings.
And so
Awarded
I
is the
think
wrong word.
we could do it like this, where the agenda item is A, talk about the budget for 5 hours, and then we have probably a couple opportunities for public participation during that, but not after every single agenda item kind of thing. And then I think we could get much bigger blocks of time working together.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, we'll try to work something like
glad
that.
yeah.
All right. Are we good on budget? Because I know you had some process
I
that you
do.
wanted to throw out, and it is 5:25, so I don't know.
If you have other budget thoughts, email me with them.
Yes, I have 2 process suggestions or ideas. I'm not to make our meetings more efficient and more action oriented and shorter and stuff like that. One option we could consider is trying to move more in the direction of motion first stuff. Like we have an agenda item, I ask for a motion, somebody makes a motion, we open it up for discussion. There are things where that won't make sense, like for example, here's the first reading of the parking budget, or the first drafts. I don't know that we'd have a motion there, but
No, there would never be no motion.
but the intent, and I would be open to this, would be to move away from some of the things we do that are a little more like purely informational. Like we're just gonna have this group come and talk about some stuff, and we're gonna have a slideshow about this initiative and talk about it. That's a way we could try to focus more on just actions that the board wants to take. It would be a bit of, it would be a loss in some ways. People, I think, appreciate that stuff. But there are also a lot of other venues for a group to talk to the public. It doesn't have to be one of the very precious hours of select board meeting time that we have.
Forums in the library.
Yeah, forums in the library that we could even, we're gonna schedule a forum where Interaction is gonna talk about a thing with town staff there, but it's not a select board meeting. So that's one option. And then another thing we could do, because I've been reading Robert's rules, there's something called a motion to commit, which is basically to send an item to a subcommittee. To give you a practical example, and that subcommittee would be 2 members of the select board. And we would basically say, okay, we got this, let's say, EMS study request from town meeting. I've heard a lot of conflicting things about it. I want more information. We're gonna commit it to a subcommittee of Nell and Amanda and ask them to come back in 2 meetings and give us a report. And in the meantime, they're gonna go talk to the public, do a little research, come back in 2 meetings and say, okay, here's what we've done, here are a couple recommendations, and then we act. That's a way that we can get work done outside of a meeting, and we don't get in this weird spot where we feel like we always have to decide, we always have to completely come to a decision in the moment. And that decision to commit could be a 10-minute conversation of like, oh, we'd all like a little more information, make a motion to commit, get 2 people to volunteer, come back in 2 meetings.
I don't hate that.
That's about as good as it gets, I think.
If we're gonna talk about sort of procedural things, just kind of wanna bring up, I guess, consent agenda at this point, right? I feel that the things that go on consent agenda are these things that are not controversial, right? So I always get a little irritated when they get removed because they all seem like they do. And then when they do get pulled from consent agenda, they end up getting passed, right? So to me, it seems like an absolute waste of gas to pull something off consent agenda. More of a monologue than any procedure. But as we ran into that problem in the last meeting, where that simple item, non-controversial thing, sucked 25 minutes out of the air, right? And we have had precedent before where we have allowed that to be moved up above all other agenda items. I am going to ask that never happen again.
That it never gets
moved
moved up.
to the last thing, because we ran into a problem.
Can it, but
The
then
problem
does it
there-
run the risk of not getting passed at all?
Right, and for example, at that meeting, it would not have happened. And
Well, which also speaks to us kind of saying, if it's on consent agenda, I am trusting that our agenda setting, you are putting this on there because you don't see a problem with it being passed.
It got pulled because we were trying to,
No, I understand why it got pulled, but
Yeah, I'll speak to that.
I think that, I don't think it needed to be pulled. We ended up passing it, and
So I'll speak to that because I think it definitely informs the agenda setting committee. And I think of John Oscar, it's chair, vice chair, and John is that agenda setting committee because John presents us with an agenda prior to meeting. If I knew that a member of the public would want to take off something from the consent agenda, then in the agenda setting, I would request from John that it goes into the regular. Anything with money. People definitely want to, I mean, has anyone here been asked by a member of the public, like, I want to take that off of consent agenda? And you say, well, you can do that, you know?
Well-
And so it's sort of like, I think it would inform what kind of agendas
Well,
we do.
okay,
If
but
we
then-
knew
but-
that the public didn't have that option to remove something.
but if you think that it's gonna have to have a discussion, then it's not on consent agenda. Then it's part of their actual agenda. You can time out, you can run a more efficient meeting, hopefully. I get it that it's a real hard thing, but I'm gonna basically say the rule has always been, and we've made these exceptions for, things that if we pull it from it gets moved to the last, because otherwise we're not serving the rest of the people who are showing up, like Nina Wilson, who wanted to speak, and everybody else who wanted to speak. And, that meeting ended the way it ended, which was a clown show. I'm just gonna put that out there. But I think a big part of that problem was that 25 minutes that was not scheduled. Fine, you want it pulled, then you have to wait till the end of the meeting. So they have to make that. I'm fairly passionate about kind of sticking to that rule.
but then wouldn't you and DPW have had to wait till the end of the meeting too?
Yes.
Whereas you could have did you leave after stormwater?
No.
Oh, sorry. Well,
why would you leave?
Well, the problem on that example that you brought up is that would have been at the end of the meeting. We wouldn't have got that approved, and we have a contractor waiting to hear on the bid and schedule their work.
But then it's important that we all understand that, because if somebody wants to put it, then, I'm not saying you're rejected, I'm just saying we can't really do that, we're gonna move this to the end, we can't take the chance, we really should leave it on there. There should be an explanation, we should be able to offer some detail within the moment that would mostly satisfy people.
Okay, let me ask a technical question. Is there a reason we couldn't, is a consent agenda a thing where we couldn't have had a 2-minute conversation? Like, could we have just said, Sue, we're not taking it off, we're not taking it off yet, ask your question, we will answer it, and then after that's done, then if somebody on the board thinks they're, for example, gonna vote no, then they could pull it.
Well,
It's the chair's discretion, but that can easily get out of hand and start to be.
But I think we have asked, like, can we just, is there a point of clarification?
Right.
Yeah, I wanna know why it's this number and not that number. Oh, because we added in this. And then like, okay, then no need to pull it.
And that has.
But she ended up having 3 or 4 questions, and that's when it starts to.
Right.
But pulling it,
So
we're trying to balance a bunch of different stuff, and I agree with you, and I think from a fairness perspective, it should absolutely go to the end. That just sort of happens to have these other bad consequences.
It does have these
So-
bad consequences, but if you feel like it needs to be pulled, understand that we have a worn set agenda. We do nobody any favors by having this 25-minute to 28 minutes conversation that elongated this meeting, pushed out some of, two important things that we wanted to discuss that a majority of that room was there for. It did not serve anybody in that room.
So just on,
No, go ahead.
in the past, so someone like Sue would come to a select board member and say, hey, I got some issues with this thing on consent. And the select board member would explain it and say, oh, this is why, or they refer them to me and I would explain it. And that has, in a lot of cases, negated the need to pull something from
Right.
consent. So that's one outlet that is available to you all, is to try to address the citizens' concern.
Well, I had no idea that Sue had an issue with it until that night.
So we could,
Guys, I've raised sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yes, am I correct in understanding that what you're asking from us as a board is to basically, when a person stands up who didn't reach out to us beforehand and says, I want to pull this off, for us to have done the due diligence to say, I know I'm not going to change my vote, and then say, so, and if we know that respectively, that there's 3 people who are like, I'm not going to change my vote, say, no, sorry, townsperson, we are not going to pull that off, and we will explain that to you behind the
I mean,
scenes.
that would certainly
I was
cut
asking if that's
to
what
the
it
quick,
means.
just quick thing, is there anybody who thinks that they're not gonna pass this? Show of hands, you get 3 nod, we're not gonna pull it. I feel like that's a real harsh way to do it. I feel like if you want the item agenda pulled, first of all, one of us has to sort of, bless it, and then it gets added. But if that's what they wanna do, I'm just insistent to avoid the clown show of the way the last meeting ended, that it get put to the very last item.
I just think if the point is, if we know we have a stacked agenda, even though that's harsh, I think that might be the better way to do it than to say we have a policy where it always has to go to the bottom. Because if we don't have a stacked agenda and say there's a department head like specifically for that, I would think that having the option to put it ahead, like sometimes it can be beneficial. We don't know every situation we're gonna be in. That's just my 2 cents. But I hear you in that, is this just a conversation for point of discussion and it's not gonna change votes? Let's just get it done then.
I'm okay with harsh. Harsh keeps things moving. Harsh is real. I'm okay with it. I'm comfortable. That's what keeps me warm in the winter, right? I'm truly okay with it. But I feel like I might be slightly in the minority there of being okay with that. But I think if there's a consensus that we can just do at that point, I've not gotten into the minutia of Robert's rules all that much. If it allows for that kind of a quick vote, like, are we all gonna just vote against this thing if it gets pulled?
I mean, the simplest way to do that would be to require 3 votes of the select board to pull something from the consent agenda. That would sort of completely solve that problem.
Let's do that
There you
then.
go. Is that operate within the rules of Robert's rule?
I
And again,
think so.
once again, we find ourselves having a conversation about something that happens 3% of the time, right?
I don't know, I think stuff gets pulled more than that.
I've been on the board for 4 years, I
Can
don't
we have
really.
this conversation during our plans of procedure conversation?
Oh,
Like at
on-
next meeting?
It's certainly germane to that
Yeah.
topic. Any changes we want to make to our procedure, including changing it to be 3 votes, for example.
We've planted the seed. Are we close to a decision? Because if not, it might be good for us to think about it.
I
and
need
be
to-
ready.
I want to think about it,
Well,
but
so that's all,
I'm-
just because Sue, I think, is facilitating us.
I think that's not a bad suggestion.
Go to 3 votes.
It needs 3 board members to pull it.
I'm fine with that.
I think that is a less harsh way of handling it. We now need 3 board. I think that's actually a very good
And
suggestion.
it could be handled very simply. Member of the
Yeah.
public X would like to pull this from the consent agenda. We need 3 votes from the select board to
You know,
do that.
but it'll
So do I have the, like,
procedurally, I think
yeah,
it's
be
very
so
straightforward.
quick, yeah.
It's no longer a consent agenda, so but
No, what remains on the consent agenda is what's the consent agenda. It's just, it takes 3 votes to remove something from the consent.
If somebody
It's-
wanted to remove
it's like
something,
an
that would go to
amendment.
the end of the
It's like an
meeting.
amendment. to
But I
the-
guess I take your point. This is now something that one person wants off of the consent agenda that is not being taken off of the consent agenda.
Well,
So
if that
it's-
person knows about it ahead of time, say it's a board member and you sent this out on Friday in the draft and one of us says, I hate that topic, get it off consent.
Sure, but it's.
Can we do it before the meeting? If it's a board member who's like, you did this as a political move and now I can't pull it off and I'm being bad.
I think it would be fair to the people in terms of addressing your concern and the time of everybody, that if we were to say, if there's an adjustment to the consent agenda that someone would like to make, we need to let the chair or the agenda setting committee know, before the, whatever you want to say, by the end of the day before, so there's some threshold so that people,
from us internally.
yeah, so that at the meeting itself, it puts more on the members of the public to have to do more, to do their homework and let us know they'd like it removed. But it could streamline that a bit.
I think that it's a great idea, but I think it creates an extra process.
Okay.
Right?
I also noticed that, so for example, because we have a new thing in our memory bank of the last meeting, the item that was pulled from the consent agenda, the memo was a little confusing. We had two very disparate, quotes on the job. People had strong feelings about that bulb. I mean, it was like a traffic issue, right? And so I think if the memo, the background memo is not thorough, I mean, not to say that it wasn't thorough, because it was thorough, but there were some funky things that it's natural that somebody might have a question about. So, I mean, I think that the backup materials are.
And we'll try to do our best / do better at making the consent agenda be, sort of unchallengeable, but we also want to put as much on it as we possibly can because it's a great tool for getting through the meeting. So we don't want to be too conservative and keep 3 things off it, and then they're just their own.
Yeah, I mean, if it's on the consent agenda, I really do feel like we should just pass it and move on with the business at hand. But in those rare occurrences where something gets pulled, like I like we 3 of us have to agree to pull it. That gives us but if 3 of us do, we do that knowing it's going to go to the end. Because it's only fair to those people who have who think we run a meeting based on what is falling out. And I've said this a million times. Like if we are hitting our time markers, we will get more people coming to meetings because they know at 8:20 we're going to discuss X, and I'll be able to get in, and then I can go back home to my kids or my cat or my dog or whatever it is. But when we do this thing and then just wedge this in here and it blows out of control, then the next thing that blows out of control was this low-hanging fruit thing, then that got out of control, and now we're like a full hour and 10 minutes behind.
Yes. How are we doing?
Yes, so we're over.
That's what we do. That's what we do.
Not always. Anyway, I mean, I think you've got some thought for your meeting and whatever discussions you're gonna have on Tuesday night with that. Oscar had brought up the motion to commit, or the other idea of focusing on the actions that the select board wants to take. Is there any?
I like both of those. It doesn't mean we can't have the discussion, it just presents the actionable motion.
Yeah, and I think my intent is that we start applying a little bit of a higher barrier to just the pure, let's just talk about something.
And we keep a focus on, if something's a very broad concept, we keep a focus on what are we specifically looking at as a policy implementation.
Right.
Yeah.
What are the parameters in terms of reporting back? So motion to commit, it goes to commitment.
You specify a time.
To a committee. At that time, you say, okay,
I
we plan
think
to
it's
report
good
back
if that's. I don't hate
months.
the idea. Again, I don't hate the idea, but I think creating a clear and concise line, like motion to commit, whoever, and I assume like, hey, all right, Isaac and Amanda have volunteered to work on this thing. We'll hear from you, not next meeting, but the meeting after.
That is basically exactly how we.
I think that should be the expectation when we do that. So it's clear, and then you can set it, right? And it can create that muscle memory, and there's no.
For it to be a complete motion, it must include who's doing it, and if it doesn't say when it comes back, it's the next meeting. But we can always specify in 2 meetings.
I just want to check in with Bob on this one, because I think if we I think if we do it this way, to comply with the open meeting law, we may need to take minutes and have.
But it would be a sub-quorum.
I think when you create a
When you create
committee,
a subcommittee.
when you create
Okay.
a subcommittee, it then becomes subject to the open meeting law, and you have to take minutes and make sure your conversations are open to the public and that's the kind of thing.
Well, that would be a lot less interesting, so let me know what thoughts are.
I will look into it.
Yeah, all of a sudden I'm going to hate it a little bit now.
Then what we can do is we can postpone to 2 meetings later,
Yeah.
and then 2 people can go work on it. So I hope it does, that would be a really
That would be
unfortunate
disappointing,
pairing.
yeah. But I think it's,
Ran into this with the planning commission, I think.
Really?
Right, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right,
there's
well, let's
some-
find out for sure if you don't mind.
Nope, never mind.
Came out in Norwich.
Norwich, Vermont?
Yeah.
And where did we land on my,
I think everyone chew on it over the weekend.
I would
and-
vote for needing 3 people to pull off consent. I'm not prepared to not allow there to be exemptions for sometimes it will make sense to deal with it right then and there. But I'll vote for 3 people to pull it off.
I wanna, it'd be changing a pretty meaningful norm of public engagement at the meetings. It's for a
Well,
little while.
in my 4 years on the board, when you pull something from consent, it gets moved to the last item.
That's not what I mean, it taking 3 votes, that would.
I'm saying it's a barrier to the public.
Well, but I think, you know, to Nell's point, I think it's a really, it's a way of saying, so we're gonna take the chance of elongating our meeting by a half an hour if we already know we're going to pass it.
I think it's sensible, I just wanna chew on it.
Yeah.
That's all.
That sounds good.
A small request that would make, from what I've observed over the last year, the things that get pulled from the consent agenda, they are usually monetary. And if something's in the capital plan, right, that's why it would be on the consent agenda. Sometimes that memo doesn't state that.
But you can assume it.
Well, I don't think so. I'm sorry to challenge that,
We don't
but
spend without a budget. So.
She means the members of the public.
I'm saying the members of the
Perhaps.
public, if they're reading the back of materials and you have something like we have on our next meeting, this is in the capital plan as scheduled, colon,
And already
blank,
budgeted
blank,
for.
and already budgeted
Don't worry
for.
about it.
It sounds ridiculous to reinforce that, but these are the things I think that get people flared.
There were 3 people that changed their mind. I had somebody privately message me after that meeting saying, I was concerned, but oh my God, it was in the capital plan. Yeah. So, to Amanda's point.
Did they do that?
They did do that.
Because it was stated in the memo that it was in the capital plan.
Well,
There
she
were
didn't-
just some
she
people
didn't
that were like,
know.
well, maybe we don't have to spend the money.
She didn't know
All right, Sue,
what
where
was
are
said.
we?
All
This
right,
is,
so
this is
let's-
starting to turn into a pulled consent agenda.
It's getting long.
Yeah.
All right, to wrap it up, we're going to prepare a memo with the priorities and kind of fleshed out some more so that we're all on the same page about what it means and, you know, maybe what success will look like. And we'll bring that to you at an upcoming Selectboard meeting. Do you have any other?
We'll do, at some point, we'll have the time to put together a budget process memo for FY '28. We'll bring that to you to approve, I guess. And then, yeah. and
FY
then
'28 budget memo.
process, so.
Oh, good.
Take a picture of our priorities or something like that. It's just.
Well, those don't have it, these are the ones that are written out.
Oh, no, I just want to know what we chose.
Oh, that, okay. You send it. It's not necessarily, I crossed out names because I'm not sure.
Okay. It's fine.
Thank you for facilitating
Yes,
this for
Thank
for
you, Sue and John, and thank you,
Yeah,
we need a motion.
We do,
Oh, yeah,
Sue and
there's
John,
public
are we?
participation.
Oh, there's,
I mean, there's
We're
no
good.
public hearing.
okay.
It is on the
So there's
agenda.
no public here, so we won't do that. John and Sue, is there anything else before I?
No,
Okay, then I would-
thank you all.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks for bringing this to our town.
Yep. Peter, it's time.
Yeah, I'll motion to adjourn.
All in favor?
Aye.
5-0.
Peter, are you the